all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
All right, first off, Steven, before LT tells us about Precision Sports, is Adrian Martinez playing this weekend? Do you know yet?
Is what?
Adrian Martinez playing?
I have not heard. I think he's doubtful. I think Will Howard's going to start.
Steven says, listening to the first hour, mention of war games. That's a long time ago now here in real time, but you can go back and watch it.
Play a game?
What? It's one of his best impressions.
That's what Whopper did.
Do you want to play a game?
Have you never seen it?
I've seen it. I've just never heard you do that.
There's a great book I've read for academic research, but Ronald Reagan actually went to his cabinet after seeing the film, and it played a real role in how we tackled cyber policy after that came out from Ronald Reagan. So thank you, Stephen, for that information.
So one of the greatest presidents in United States history was like, oh, shit, this could happen.
Yeah, we better look into this.
All right, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. Before you see the picture,
hey, if you're close to or have met your annual insurance deductible, your out-of-pocket costs could be significantly reduced. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they encourage you to see an orthopedic surgeon for that elective procedure to treat back pain, foot pain, hand pain, shoulder pain, and other joints. Make an appointment. Start saving today. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/providers.
All right, softball Padre, or as he's known from a call earlier, Gaston over in the chat room, was on his way for his daughter to play a softball game in Columbus, and he called earlier. He jokes about his wife being, I don't know if he's joking about his wife. We don't know.
She was in the car and she's joking about it. Awesome.
Hot smoking wife.
Ridiculously awesome.
I know where you're going. I thought we were going to get a picture of the Rebel Fox.
The Red Hot Trophy wife.
Yeah.
So we're not getting the Rebel Fox.
Here is the
Hot
picture
Trophy
he
wife?
sent. Because you guys started talking foot fetish.
Yeah. He said she had a crushed up pinky toe.
Yep. So she that's her riding with her toe, autographing a Next Round hat on the dashboard, riding to Columbus,
That's
Georgia.
talent
Don't
right
we
there.
going to remain seated?
So that no judgment. I'm not gonna. It's not going to be like Portnoy walking out of a pizza shop where I rate the foot or anything like that.
No, I mean, look, she just got a pedicure. It looks like.
Yep. So we're to the point now. Listen, I have to say this every time. I don't like all feet. I'm not crazy where I go to websites about feet.
It's Gold Bond.
I don't
It's
have
Gold
this
Bond, Lance. It's Gold Bond. Lance is looking at
I thought it might be like a special edition of Swisher Sweets, or might have been.
You like good feet. What do you say there, Jimmy?
I'm not rating it, Brown. I'm not going Portnoy. Like I just said, I'm not going to. This is not a one taste, one lick, one look. Rating system.
One lick.
Jesus.
I've licked her foot. I give it an 8.
This little piggy went in my mouth.
But there you go. We are to this point now. So we may need to tap the brakes on just how we overplayed the foot fetish here on the show.
That's the second photo of a foot we've gotten recently.
I enjoy it.
This one has the lead.
The other one was accidental and had talons. The Lamisil monster was getting after it.
Hey, did we ever tell? Of why the chick bracket got shut down on the other station?
I think we've told that story before, haven't we?
I think so.
It was a Dunaway idea, actually.
It's where the shirt. It goes by the shirt that he's wearing.
Yeah.
Landmine. It was my idea of saying, listen, I mean, you've done it for years, Lance, with all the movie stars and stuff. Let's do it differently where local people send in their wives or girlfriends pictures.
Yeah, we can critique the hell out of these local people that listen to us.
And then we put them in a bracket and we judge it that way.
It literally led a company vice president to say to us on a conference call, y'all really thought you could do this without consulting our legal team?
We did one of them.
We did.
We did one girl, and Lance started ripping her to shreds. We realized
rip her to shreds.
The husband is listening.
Yeah.
Constructive criticism.
It's like Ralph from Howard Stern.
Now you
Get your
go
laser
improve
pointer.
yourself. All right, that's the show. We're back live 9 a.m. Central tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
New show live now on a Thursday, brought to you by the great folks with a Ghost energy drink to get you going as we start 27 straight days of college football. 27 straight all the way up to the day before Thanksgiving. And this is the time we feast on the game we love so much. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar Forrester, Lunsford, all here today, and Taylor Korn out there in the epicenter of social media, the mission control for at Next Round Live. Like us on all the platforms and hit the thumbs up as we get going today. Bud Light game night later tonight. We're down at 10 Roof in the Lakeview District, and a specialty show 5 to 6. And then we're hanging out there until 7 o'clock tonight, 10 Roof, with our friends at Bud Light game night later tonight. All right, guys, let's get going. Let's go listener submission right here off the bat. You know, we do a Ask Us Anything later today, and we had one listener. It was Griffin, who says, I was surprised you guys didn't get to this yesterday. We had it and didn't really bring it up. We had so much in the show yesterday, so let's start with it here. Rockstar, give me cut number 10 off the bat. Jimbo Fisher, who is in the, what was the old... Was it a Fox? I think it was Fox News guy. What was it, a spin zone?
That was Bill O'Reilly, right? He had the no spin zone.
It was Bill O'Reilly, the no spin zone. He would hawk pins and mugs.
Yeah.
So the board of the day, pithy.
Rockstar's a little under the weather, if you can't tell.
I know what you're talking about, and I know what's coming up. And I think you can spend most things, but there are some things that are so stupid to spend. When you say it out loud, and it's so ridiculous.
And that's why Bill O'Reilly had the no spin zone, right? People would say something, and he would come back, listen, America. And he would say, this is a no spin zone, and he would tell you that this is a bunch of BS. Jimbo Fisher yesterday gets this question about the losing in College Station. And watch the spin zone that he does here, Brownie.
I haven't seen it, and Lance has seen it. I haven't.
Here's Jimbo Fisher.
With 4 losses so far, it's been pretty disappointing. What's your message to recruits about the future of the program?
Look at what we're doing and the guys that happen. And, also, you look at that back, they see opportunities. Everybody says, I go somewhere's winning all the time. I may not play for a while. You know what I'm saying? But no, we've got good young players. Look at the young players team. Look at the young talent we have. Look at the guys making a lot of the plays, and they see it. That we got a good nucleus of what we're doing, and that we're only a playoff on those games. And you sell that, and you see it, and be truthful about it. There's no – in recruiting, the key to recruiting, there's no pitch. When you're a good recruiter, you tell the truth. Recruiting is about one thing, truth and relationships. You can draw it up 100 ways, but it's silly. There is no pitch. There is no magical formula. There is no pixie dust. You build a relationship through truth and trust, and be honest with them about where you see them and what they do, and you don't base everything off 1 year either. You don't base things off history, what people have done, where they've been, what's happened, schools have happened, players, and see the future of what a program is. But it's based off truth and trust.
The spin there is, man, we are losing, but there's opportunity here if you come play at Texas A&M.
So that's one of those where you're trying to put a positive spin on something and you accidentally put a negative spin on something else.
I think the political term at one point in America was lipstick on a pig.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's spinning plates is what it is. And I don't know if you guys have ever been in a situation where you're spinning plates, as the analogy. I got this plate over here spinning, but I got to keep this one spinning as well. And the more I focus on this one stops spinning, and now I got this one about to fall and crash. And that's what Jimbo was doing right there. He was spinning plates, and he decided to spin the recruiting plate Dunaway. And you know what crashed to the ground? The old record plate. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, the record. I forgot about that. It does suck.
To say there's an opportunity for guys to play because we're not winning. That's basically what he said, and then he mumbled around it. I've always said Jimbo's not the smartest person. You pull out that number 2 pencil, he freezes up. He doesn't know what to do with it. But you can
just
tell,
a simple caveman.
Watching Jimbo right there, he's just not that intelligent. And to be asked that, why can't he talks about truth and trust when it comes to recruiting? What about truth when it comes to, hey, we suck right now. I'm gonna hold myself accountable here. I've recruited guys. We haven't developed them. They're not playing well. This is on me.
Yeah, and on top of all that, I don't even know if what he said is actually true. I mean, it'd be one thing if it was true.
You don't trust him?
I don't. I will say this.
I don't know if he's speaking the truth.
You know what I was thinking about is during that thing Rockstar just played and Scott played, T-Mobile had no idea, or Opportune. I have no idea what Opportune is, but T-Mobile and Opportune had no idea when they bought the sponsorship for Jimbo's press conference setup what a great value that was going to be for them this year. I mean, it has been constant. I've seen those two setups.
I don't remember if it was Klatt. I think it was Klatt talking about how it doesn't really matter what happens. I mean, this guy is locked into this contract that you can't do anything with. The more and more it seems, they're going to figure out a way to get him out.
Well, I mean, again, that's what I've been talking about this week. I do want to go back real quick, though. I don't know if there's truth in if a team is really good, guys don't see playing time. Nick Saban has been on as dominant a run as we have ever seen in college football. Where do you find him in recruiting year after year?
Very high in recruiting. 1, 2, 3.
Kirby Smart has started, he's got the origins of a similar looking run. I don't know that he'll get to Saban's level, but Kirby's off to a good start, right? Where do you find him in recruiting every year?
Oh, at the top.
Yeah, Ryan
1,
Day
2,
has how many losses as a head coach? Where do you find him?
Very few in the regular season.
Yeah,
1, 2, 3.
So, I just don't even know if that's true, Lance.
You know what? It's just like why would a certain coach take this job? Because they've got an ego and they believe that they are the one that can turn it around. All these 5-star recruits believe once I get in there, I'm going to play right away.
I don't even know if, first of all, what he said is true. So I think he's on again, we're spinning plates here. He's on a premise. But what I was talking about earlier this week is you see guys like this when they start to fall and that buyout's big, there'll be stuff that's leaking out. Just this week, we've already had these suggestions that the NI deals aren't what they were cracked up to be, and guys are upset wanting to transfer.
Right.
Guys smoking pot in the locker room. Those things start to trickle out. When those things start to trickle out, it's normally a sign people from the inside are trickling them out, or it's sometimes a sign, maybe not normally.
Well, I think it's a good sign usually.
People are starting to trickle them out to build a case that you can go to the coach and say, hey, look, if we keep digging, we might actually be able to fire you for calls, and you're not getting a dime.
He's building his own case, though.
I know.
Comments like that. If I'm one of the guys that ponying up the $100 million or $95 million, I'm upset.
Because the one thing Dunaway, Jimbo Fisher does not want is for them to decide we got to get rid of this guy, but we ain't paying $80 million to do it. Because guess what? Everything's going to come out. You saw it with Tennessee. We just talked about it yesterday.
I was just Taylor was asking what's going on with her beloved Auburn Tigers, and I hinted that maybe these portals all happening at one time coming out of bye week could very easily be orchestrated by somebody or some group of people to let's start timing these portals to start building a case that things are burning at Auburn, blah, blah, blah. It makes it easier if we're going to pull the trigger on this guy. It makes it easier if it looks like the forest is burning down around him, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it happens. Tennessee, it was the example I used to her out in the mission control of our social media area out there. I was like, hey, nice mission control. But I was like, the Tennessee folks, they basically turned themselves in.
That's right.
For these 18 major level 1 violations. They basically did the work for the NCAA.
In order that they wouldn't have to pay the full buyout to Jeremy, or any buyout at all to Jeremy Pruitt. Now, that said about Jimbo, the flip side of this is he's got a very manageable stretch of games coming up here as the heat is turned up on him.
He does. Now, he's got some injuries that he's dealing with, and he's got
a quarterback situation.
He's got a quarter. It's been the problem since day one.
Since
they don't have
a
quarterback.
Boy, this is a big game Saturday.
It is. I don't
huge
disagree.
But it's huge for Lane too.
But these are. Yeah, I don't disagree with that either. But Lane's not on the hot seat by any stretch of the imagination.
No. But Lane doesn't want to beat his future job too bad.
these next three.
He don't want to kill Texas A&M. He just wants to hurt him.
These next three, hosting Ole Miss, hosting Florida, and at Auburn, are extremely winnable games for Jimbo Fisher. And it's not going to salvage the season because they started in the top 10, but all of a sudden you're 7-4 with UMass coming to town to get you you're 6-4 with UMass coming to town to get you 7-4. You then play LSU with a chance to go 8-4. 8-4 is a huge disappointment, but it looks a lot better than what a lot of people are saying right now.
But it's exactly where you were last year.
That's right. Yep.
And where you always are, Gus.
Yeah, but
Jimbo.
It still leads to the divorce. 3-9 is you slept with my brother. 6-6 you slept with the gardener.
Yeah.
That's my
Wait a
analogy
minute,
today.
3 and 9 is you slipped on my brother.
Yeah, it's that much worse.
Yeah.
But it's the same end result.
Taylor, if you can build a graphic for that one, I'd like to see that. Rockstar cut 6.
The gardener.
Well, here's what Jimbo has to worry about.
Whatever.
Here's what Jimbo has to worry about over the next few weeks and the month of November, because he's got to worry now about the nation's #1 recruiting class of a bunch of players who has signed on for a program, and there's rumblings about their NIL deals. The team's not winning. The momentum is gone, blah, 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 blah. And now he's got to keep his guys from pulling the chute and getting out of College Station and going somewhere else to other programs. Here's Jimbo Fisher.
Jimbo, how do you caution younger players from hitting the panic button on what you're trying to build here?
Well, I mean, listen, here's what you tell them. Everything you do is put on film, and you're playing. I always say you're playing for your life. You are, because every play you play, somebody's evaluating it. You know what I mean? The pros, the guys, your teammates, everything do. Just play and have faith in what you got to do. And as crazy as it sounds, because our guys, the way we're playing hard and the things they see, and we show it on film. I mean, look what it's right here. And if we do this, this, and this, it's right here. And the plays we make, whether it's offense or defense, and they see. And it's not. And they're not frustrated, but disappointed we didn't make them, but they understand how. And we're like I say, we're trying to educate, teach, and we got to find different ways to teach, find different ways to make sure we're asking them to do the right things. But they buy in and see how they're playing, how hard they play. We just got to get them to play better, and we got to coach them better and keep doing it. I keep saying it's like a broken record. It's right there. But that part of it right now, our guys believe and they're into it. We've talked to them, communicate with them every day about it.
Yeah, trying to not press the panic button and lose some of these guys to the portal. So big game this weekend, and maybe I'll just use the word karma that Lane Kiffin is coming to town to play Texas A&M. I'll give you a little bit of Lane Kiffin from this week with a little mixture of Taylor Swift in Lane's news conference right after LT tells us about the great folks at Bromberg's.
Yeah, look, if you're in the market to pop the question this holiday season, there's only one place you need to go. That's our friends at Bromberg's. They are your diamond specialist. Family owned and operated since 1836, Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds, as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has an extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online right now. Go to brombergs.com.
The new album is Midnights from Taylor Swift. Much like Jim Dunaway, Lane Kiffin is a Swiftie. He likes Taylor Swift's music. He's very upfront about that. And he was asked this week what his favorite song is off of the new Taylor Swift album. And here's how he answered this.
As a fellow Taylor Swift fan, I have to ask, what do you think of her album, and do you have a favorite song off of it so far?
Well, I kind of feel like I shouldn't go into, which favorite song, because that'll start all the social media of why I picked that, because there is kind of a reason behind it. So I'll give it to you after a win, not a loss, because then you guys will write good things about it when I say it.
Interesting.
He later went on to say it is Karma, the album. I mean, the song from the album Karma from the Midnights album is the favorite one. He'll explain why later. They're playing Texas A&M this weekend. Here's the lyrics to Karma. You ready? You're talking shit for the hell of it, addicted to betrayal, but you're relevant. You're terrified to lock down, because if you dare, you'll see the glare of everyone you burned just to get there. It's coming back around. And then later on, Spider Boy, King of Thieves, weave your little webs of opacity. My pennies made your crown. Trick me once, trick me twice. Don't you know that cash ain't the only price?
Wow.
Jimbo Fisher bought a recruiting class, and Lane Kiffin's been very open about it. This is all about this weekend.
Actually, nobody's been openly more critical than Lane Kiffin. I mean, people think it's Nick Saban. Saban basically said one thing and then moved on with you sitting there. Kiffin has continued to hammer it even this week.
Yep.
Has referenced it again.
I never thought we'd see SEC coaches using Taylor Swift to get messages.
But if you did, you knew which one it would be, right?
No doubt.
So if they win on Saturday in College Station, he will come out and give you Taylor Swift lyrics.
Oh, yeah. Somebody's going to ask that in the follow-up.
Yeah. Now that you've won, Coach, what is your favorite Taylor Swift song? And you think he'll say Karma?
He'll say Karma.
You think he'll do that?
Well, he has tweeted out it is Karma. he will reference. I mean, these are the lyrics from the song. There's where his tweet. It's karma, but didn't want to tell you why yet. We'll explain later. We'll explain later.
Oh, wow. I didn't know he had done that, too.
Yeah. And we'll explain later.
I mean, he's just, he's showing his hand right now.
He better win because he ain't going to be explaining if he loses.
The more he does this, the more I like A&M in this game.
Yeah,
actually.
me too.
Yeah.
Actually, I do like A&M.
I think I do too.
I mean, if Jimbo,
I don't know how they get there, but they get there.
If Jimbo Fisher was in tune with reality, there is another song on the album called Maroon. He'd be ready to bounce back with that one. I made Lane like Maroon a lot today.
Yeah,
I forgot which one on the way home from trivia. I heard it was the first time I've ever heard Taylor Swift drop an F-bomb in one of her songs.
Oh, I mean, this one's got F-bombs, a lot of explicit albums. She's gotten older.
Well, I'm sure she was using it when she was younger.
Yeah, absolutely.
Didn't want to run off those young fans.
I mean, Rockstar gave it to us, right? The most popular cuss words in America, and the F word is number one.
Oh, in the Northwest, it is by far number uno.
By the way, it plays a small role. I will not use the word, obviously, but a small role in our tradition coming up later on.
Ooh.
How about that?
You have to use the word.
Huh? I don't have to use the word.
That'll be 9:45, a little bit later on this hour when we do our Thursday traditions with Brown. All right, a little bit more college football. Big Ten schedule release, and we'll set the table for what's happening tonight in football after I tell you about the great folks at the Pan Store. If you're heading out to the games anytime the rest of the year, you see the winter's here. Chilly temperatures are out. Actually, perfect weather. If you want to dress perfect for the games, the Pants Store is there for you. 7 great locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and Auburn, all over the great state of Alabama. And no matter where you're watching us, pantstore.com, or follow them on social media at the Pan Store. Your game day has all your accessories. They've got sunglasses. They've got the Yetis. They got the polos, they've got sweatshirts, anything you want right there, including the game day fashion designed specifically for the female fan in your life. The Pan Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and Auburn, and it's pantstore.com, pantstore.com. I don't understand who the Penn State folks made mad at the Big Ten office, but the schedule comes out yesterday for the 8th straight year. Even after the athletic director at Penn State complained about it this past year being 7 straight years, they released the schedule yesterday, and for the 8th straight year, Penn State opens up Big Ten play on the road. Always opening up on the road for Penn State, and they do it again next year.
I mean, it is odd, but you're going to play the same amount of road games and home games. So I don't know. I mean, it's odd, and you would think because they brought it up this year too.
That's right. He was very outspoken.
This schedule has come out since they've pointed it out. So again, there appears to be some sort of message being sent. I don't really know what it is.
They gave him the little nod. Oh, okay, yeah. I hear you. Yeah.
Do you know off the top of your head? Because I don't. I'm willing to look it up here. Do you know their record in these opening games?
I don't.
I'll look it up. So it's the last 7 years, basically.
I guess the feeling is we'd like to get off with an easier start in conference play, easier to win one at home, because this year they won, right, at Purdue.
Yeah, they did. So how many years is it now?
They've done 7 straight years opening on the road. This will be the 8th year.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Brown. Look, you're going to play your home games anyway. The interesting thing, it always seems to me that the premier teams always open at home. Always.
Yeah, it's a good point. And the Big Ten's gotten where they give us conference games week 1.
So that is a difference, though.
Yeah, I mean, this year that was a tough opener for them. Penn State, Purdue, that was a tough game. One of the great
ended up being a good game.
Week 1 games. I don't know their record. And Brown's looking that up here.
I'm looking it up. It's going to take me a minute.
But at some point, you do have to remember that Penn State was not, they went from 10 teams to 11 teams. Penn State was at 11th, but surely they've paid their penance for being the newcomer. I mean, they've already added Maryland and Rutgers. To me, it's more about who am I playing? Are you giving me road games against Rutgers or road games against Indiana or somebody like that? Then okay. I mean, I got to play those guys anyway. That starts me out with a road win, and I still got more home games at home. But it has become a thing for Penn State fans that they're hanging their hat on.
It is weird. I don't deny that it's weird.
I mean, go back to our SEC history, and in recent years, the conference were screaming, one year about how Alabama, Alabama fans were like, oh, everybody's got to bye before us, which was a true fact that one year where all like half of the league or more than half of the games, the SEC team had a bye before they played Alabama. So they worked to try to
that did get corrected. By the way.
They worked to try to make that not happen anymore, right?
5-2 in those 7 games. They're 5-2. One of the losses was Indiana in that COVID year, which again, COVID year stuff you gotta take with a grain of salt.
And
you
by
never
the way,
know what you're getting.
Michael Penix wasn't in the end zone. That was a bad call.
So 5-2 there, which James Franklin would probably argue. You know where we probably get that call? State College.
State College, right?
We're not going to get it in Bloomington. We'll probably get it in State College. The other one was at Michigan. Those are their 2 losses. At Indiana, at Michigan. They've played Purdue this year. They played Illinois. I don't remember all the games off the top of my head here. Purdue, Illinois, Wisconsin. They played at Wisconsin that 1 year.
I didn't look enough to find out who they open up on the road with this year on the schedule.
This season?
Next year.
Oh, next year? Yeah, you'll have to give me another second on that one.
And then the other thing is 2 Black Friday games next year. They've traditionally had 1. But they'll have 2 next year, one on CBS and one on NBC as the new contract starts. So 2 Black Friday Big Ten games next year, one on CBS, one on NBC.
And we've got an NFL Black Friday.
Yeah, NFL Black Friday game on Amazon.
Yeah, Black Friday's just going to be too busy next year.
It is.
2023 Black Friday.
I don't mind that.
No shopping, man.
They open at Illinois next year, so that'll be twice they've done that at Illinois. So I don't know. I mean,
improving Illinois program.
Yeah. It is weird. I'm just, again, you're going to play the same amount of home games and road games, but it is weird that they continue to get a road opener. It's like it has been brought to the Big Ten's attention and they continue to do it. So it's almost like they're trying to make a message here.
All right. Lunsford mics, please. What is going on in our chat room? What is this Nightbot thing? Is this a...
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I mean, is this like is this okay? Never mind. Okay.
It's something I set up just to put links to the store and stuff.
Okay. All right.
That's fine, Lunsford says. Don't worry about it.
All right. Well, I mean, people were panicking that we've got bots now pushing. In this day and age of
one person said something. It's okay.
Well, I'm just saying, Lunsford, in this day and age, we just come off of one of the greatest crises in show history when I was hacked in Instagram. People are afraid to click
I'm
things.
in control of this one. So.
Well, that's what I was saying. We probably should make it aware that
Lunsford
in
has
control.
this, yes. I don't think anybody thought you were running YouTube in the chat room.
No, I was just afraid that if somebody was clicking on that, they were getting hacked. I didn't want people getting hacked on their way to buying stuff in our store. Where you can still get the golf cards, limited numbers. So jump in the golf card business there, nextround.store, or just go to the website, nextroundlive.com, and click there on the main page. And you get the opportunity to buy that wonderful golf card, 5 wonderful courses, Woodward, Bent Brook, Cross Creek, Limestone Springs, and the Meadows. And you can get to play those for a nice price. And don't forget the deluxe version where you get the exclusive T-shirt, tees, and a lot more with the deluxe version of the Next Round golf cart. Limited numbers, so go purchase those today. All right, when we come back, some more college football. We'll talk a little bit about what happened yesterday at Auburn, last night at Auburn. Justin Hokanson goes in depth with us at 10:25. A little bit more on that. AuburnLive.com for him. AuburnLive.com for him. Stan White's on the show today. Clay Travis and Buster Olney as we get ready for the World Series. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Johnston RV Center, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Yeah, and they are clearing out the 2022s to make room for the 23s. Means you could save. Prices have been slashed on the luxurious Ahara and Cardinal, as well as many others, up to $36,000 off on remaining model closeouts. Getting rid of those 2022s on I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Also, I-65, exit 334 in Decatur. And always online, johnstonrvcenter.com, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Amherst, Bromberg's, Bryant Bank, ERA King, Gutter Cap, Hemp Hill Services, Legacy Federal Credit Union, Mortgage Right, Nichols Outfitters, Storm Restoration Roofing, Wayne's Pest Control, Way to Wellness. Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. What do all these brands have in common? Well, not only are they all Next Round sponsors, but they are all also BBB accredited businesses. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to higher standards and believe in a fair and equitable marketplace. Do you want to join this winning team of top local brands? Are ethics and principle business standards important to you and your business? You want access to exclusive BBB accredited business benefits? Here's a hint. The answer is yes. So join the ranks of these businesses and more than 4,000 others in Central and South Alabama that have pledged their commitment to a fair and equitable marketplace. Apply today for BBB accreditation by calling 205-558-2201. Mention promo code BETTERBIZ for a special offer for Next Round listeners and earn the sign of a better business.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Crime in Jefferson County has gotten so bad, 161 murders already, and the year is not finished. We're ranked 3rd nationally for homicides, with over 30% higher violent crime rate than the national average. The county is in crisis. Vote Jared Hudson for Sheriff of Jefferson County.
I'm Jared Hudson. Together, we will solve the crime epidemic in Jefferson County. Join me in making our community a safe place once again.
Paid for by Jared Hudson for Sheriff Campaign, 3524 Decatur Highway, Suite 300B, Fultondale, Alabama, 35068.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
NFL football tonight, Ravens and Buccaneers, 7:15 on Prime. Did you see what Kurt Warner said?
I did not.
I did not see what Kurt Warner said.
Kurt Warner says that Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers both look tired and should retire.
Wow. That's a bold statement.
It really is.
Yeah, I mean,
Lance has already said on the Mystery Fifth Hour this week, available for download, that one of the meanest things you could say, and people say it to him, is, God, you look tired.
Yep, I get it all the time.
Yep.
Now, if somebody threw, you look tired and should retire on top of that,
that's
like
double
a
down.
double whammy,
Well,
right?
you know, I mean, for a former, now Hall of Fame quarterback and Kurt Warner to say that, I don't think it's his place.
Well, he is an analyst, though. I mean, he's traded in being Hall of Fame quarterback for being NFL Network analyst.
Kurt Warner was never even close to either one of those guys, and for him to call those guys out and say it's one thing to say they're tired,
right?
And they're off this year, they're out of rhythm. They're not playing good football, whatever. But to say they need to retire, I don't think that's his place.
And he's an analyst where, Brown?
NFL Network.
Yep. He says this in an interview with People Magazine. I think both of those guys look like they're exhausted. It's okay to go. You know what? It's not how it used to be. I may not be who I used to be, or it's just too hard overall to get everybody up to the standard. Maybe it's time to walk away, is what he says about Aaron Rodgers
Like
and
he's
Tom
at their
Brady.
deathbed. You're exhausted. You
Pull
can
the
let
plug.
it go. It's
Pull the
okay.
plug already. It's been enough.
By the way, some people just like playing the game, and some people like making millions of dollars.
And
Both
let's
those
not
guys
forget,
are doing
man,
that.
we're not even to mid-season. Now we play 17 regular season games, and I don't know if this thing's going to snap out, but we've seen teams be able to turn this thing around, and great teams in the NFL start playing their best football end of November, after Thanksgiving, into December. And there's an opportunity right now for the Bucs to go 4-4 with a win tonight against a quality Ravens team, and they're favored in this game. So
The Bucs are favored in this game?
Yeah, I would tap the brakes a little bit on this.
Interesting.
Brady, Pritchell says Brady looks like Giselle took all the groceries when she left.
Yeah,
he does look skinny.
Nobody needs
Gaunt. Yeah.
Nobody needs a bread appetizer and a nice piece of meat more than Tom Brady does.
I think it's what is the commercial? Oh, it's the World Cup commercial. Our man John Hamm playing Santa Claus,
right?
And the one with Tom Brady's in it, and somebody's eating some breadsticks or something, and they show Tom Brady on his island, and he's got like one snap pea.
Oh, yep.
And that's probably his snack is one pea.
Seems so miserable.
One snap pea. Listen, if you're ever in need of a quick pick me up or something when you're watching the games, our friends at Buzz can do it. BUZD.
King segue there.
Fastest,
Fastest,
you know
most
he needs
affordable
Buzzed? Tom Brady does
delivery
tonight.
service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first of its kind service found on your app store. Download it right now. BUZD. You will thank me later to use that code word next round for 15% off your first order. They've got cannabis, including the Delta 8. I mean, all types. You can check it out right now on their website. They've got all types of alcohol, from craft beers, delicious wines, of course, great bourbons, tobacco. They're adding inventory constantly from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119, everything in between. Try them out this weekend. We bring the buzz to you. Get buzzed, BUZD.
All right. As we get ready for another football weekend, Arkansas and Auburn down at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Another player yesterday, this is Tarvarish Dawson. He enters the portal, joining Landon King in the portal. I think A.D. Diamonds also is in the portal. He wasn't as big of a factor there. There you see the confirmation there from Darvish going into the portal. Looks like the same guy who designed the other one designed that one.
It's identical. I thought for a second Scott had accidentally put the Landon King up there.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was orchestrated, y'all, but same guys did the graphics, right?
No, yeah, it's identical.
Oh, 100%. I mean, somebody's got a template now. I mean, that's what's a little alarming to me if I'm an Auburn fan is that the I'm transferring template is circulating through the locker room, and all they're doing is
There's
changing
a difference, though.
All they're doing is changing some wording and throwing their picture on there.
He misses Harsin?
Yeah, there's a Harsin reference.
Yeah.
I appreciate Harsin and Auburn for giving me an opportunity to even play in Jordan-Hare Stadium.
Yeah, well, he was recruited by Brian Harsin, if I'm correct. So
yeah, but it would be one thing if he didn't even say anything.
Yeah,
like
no,
that.
I mean,
It'd
that
be
becomes
telling.
a big issue, yeah.
He's a 4-star guy, and you know, I was having to have this conversation with Taylor and our buddy Justin Hokanson, who's up later on. I saw him online last night when I was bouncing through social media, that he was having the same type of conversation with some Auburn people. Just because these guys go in the portal doesn't mean they won't be at Auburn next year if there's a coaching change or if they think there's a possibility that they can play. It's a good time to revisit what the portal means.
It's not without risk, however, because the athletic department has the ability, if I am not mistaken, the minute you go into the portal, to turn off all of your aid that they provide. In other words, you know, whatever funding is coming from the athletic department as part of your athletic scholarship. If I understand correctly, that gets turned off immediately. The
3 meals and a cot and 3 hots. What was the old saying?
3 hots and a cot.
3 hots and a cot.
I mean, there's a lot of things that come with an athletic scholarship that as soon as you enter the transfer portal, the school has the ability to turn that off. Now, they don't for that very reason you're talking about. Is in a lot of situations they know, we might want to recruit this kid back out of the portal, a la Tank Bigsby last year.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, remember that. Tank Bigsby was in the portal at one point.
Well, or at least reportedly was reportedly thinking about it. I mean, I don't know that his name ever officially got in there, but there was speculation that Brian Harsin was having to talk him out of that portal.
Having to re-recruit him. It happened to Shackelford at Alabama in basketball. Remember,
Right.
he was in the portal and they had to bring him back last year and ended up helping the team tremendous.
Does Tank have 1 or 2 years? I get confused
Well,
with
the COVID year changes everything. But I think Tank could potentially have 2 more years, if I'm not mistaken.
Or he could potentially go to the NFL.
I'm just saying,
Well,
Kenneth Walker left a really good program in Wake Forest, went to Michigan State. This is a kid that had 5 touchdowns against Michigan in their only loss last year, and now he's starring for the Seattle Seahawks as a rookie.
So your point is that these 2 guys that have entered the portal, not moving your meter, that you could see a Tank Bigsby.
I mean, I don't know anything about these guys, really. I mean, we really haven't seen them have opportunities. I mean, we've seen Tank at his best.
I didn't know there was some bad blood between Arkansas and Auburn, but apparently this group of Arkansas Razorbacks has an axe to grind with Auburn.
Okay. Seems weird.
Sam Pittman was asked if this one is personal. And he says, we haven't beaten Auburn since I've been here. And I don't know how many straight Auburn has won against Arkansas.
I could tell you that.
But it's probably, I think it covers everybody in that Arkansas locker room. So somehow this has gotten on Sam Pittman's radar as he's trying to motivate his team coming into Jordan-Hare Stadium that it's a big game for them. Rockstar, give me cut 2. Sam Pittman sort of setting the table for the rest of the year. There's no way to hide this. It's a little underachieving this year's this Arkansas team. Did we have the expectations too high?
Here's what I would say, Dunaway. They went on a 3-game losing streak last year and still finished 9-3, and that's what Sam Pittman is counting on right now. And when you look at the remaining schedule, they've got an opportunity to do it again this year.
Here's Sam Pittman trying to rally the troops to go to Jordan-Hare.
I think we're ready to try to make a run. I mean, we talk about it a lot. Of course, you got to win the next one to get on a run. But, especially late October, early November, it's a lot about the vibe of the team. It's a lot about where you're at injury-wise, what you really believe you can do, probably more importantly, what you want to do, things of that nature. I like where our team is. I think this is a big test for us. And obviously on the road at a very traditionally rich program and have a lot of good players. And so, but I'm excited where we are, and KJ's a big part of that.
They're going to be favored in every game remaining. Every game. Now, whether they win them, there's a lot of losable games, including this weekend in Jordan-Hare. Then they've got Liberty at home. Again, Liberty is a really good team. They've got LSU at home. They've got Ole Miss at home, and they go to Missouri. They're going to be favored in every single game. So they've still got another opportunity at 9-3. And I think this thing would look totally different if they wouldn't have blown the A&M game. If they're sitting at 5-2 right now with one of those losses to Bama, it would look totally different.
But back to their rivalry with Auburn. Since Gus Malzahn became the Auburn coach, how many times do you think Arkansas has won this game?
So that would be 2013?
That is 2013. Going back to 2013,
So how many
Arkansas has
games
won this
is
game
that?
how many times?
I know they won the one because they ended up covering. They were -7.5. They won by 8.
10.
I think that was it.
Yeah, 10 games.
10 games. So he says 1. I'm going to say it's 7-3.
That'd be 1.
1 game.
Lance is right. 2015.
Wow.
54-46, Arkansas won
One of
that
the
game.
biggest parlays I ever had. I had Arkansas, and it was the night that USC played Utah. Remember me talking up USC that entire time?
Yeah.
And if I didn't get the front half,
it didn't matter.
It didn't matter. Went to overtime, got the 2-point conversion when the overtime system was actually better than it is now. Got that win, and then got USC later that night.
But wasn't Arkansas like a thorn in the side of Tommy Tuberville?
Yeah. Because if you go back to Tuberville's era, well, I got to get past Chiswick here. Tuberville, they lost in 99, 01, 02, 06, and 08. That was his last year.
Yeah.
So I can't do the quick math. I think he was about 500 against them.
When Auburn seemed to always have the better team in the game. And
felt like it, yeah. But, I mean, they haven't been particularly close either. That's the other thing is listen to Auburn's wins here in this stretch. 35-17, 45-21, 56-3. 52-20, 34-3, 51-10, 30-28, which was the Bo Nix Spike game, which is probably what started all this with Sam Pittman, and then 38-23 last year That's a 15-point win, but if you watched that game last year, it felt like more than 15. So they don't even play them particularly close, honestly.
Yeah, well, what we expect from Auburn this weekend, after I tell you the great folks at the University of Montevallo would love to meet the expectations for your son and daughter when it comes to their college life. Montevallo.edu to find out more about this wonderful university and also to schedule an in-person tour. Montevallo.edu. Great class sizes, very small. It will help your son or daughter succeed academically. Wonderful scholarship, fully funded sports, 21 of those. If they want to continue their high school athletic career into college, you can do it at Montevallo. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. So what do you expect from this Auburn team? It looks bad going into the game, but for some reason, I feel like Auburn's got a really good chance to win this game outright. Not just cover the 3.5, but win this game outright.
Well, I'll tell you this. Harsin is 9-1 in his career coming off byes. The majority of that obviously with Boise State. So, this is typically a good spot for Brian Harsin. Auburn's doing so many things wrong, though. I mean, they're last in the SEC, 119th in rush defense. That's a bad combination when you're playing the 9th best rushing offense in college football. When you look at Rocket Sanders, you look at KJ Jefferson, they're averaging 240 yards per game on the ground. And, oh, by the way, Auburn's got the worst turnover margin in college football right now, -11.
Yeah, so they turn it over. So what you're telling me,
they turn it
Lance,
over and they can't stop the run.
They can't stop the run.
They've got bad quarterback play. They've got an average coach. What else do you want? They're on the road.
I mean, they're at least at home in this one.
Oh, yeah,
home. Yeah.
But they're favored.
Going back to the Penn State game, this is what's alarming to me.
I guess they're underdogs. It's 3.5 right now, right?
I don't know.
It's 3.5 Arkansas.
Yeah.
Here's what's alarming to me if I'm an Auburn fan, among other things. But the most alarming thing to me if I'm an Auburn fan, since the San Jose State game, starting with Penn State, here's the rushing yardage I have given up. 245 and 5 touchdowns. 133 and 2 touchdowns. 185 and 2 touchdowns. 292 and 6 touchdowns. 448 and 3 touchdowns. I have given up 18 rushing touchdowns since the San Jose State game. And a ton of yardage.
I don't know.
And Arkansas likes to run the ball.
Yeah, that's super alarming.
You guys give me an example when you've been able to overnight, coming off a bye, be able to fix the run. That's tough to do.
Yeah, the run defense. Yeah, absolutely. It is tough to get that working in your direction. Usually it's more about the Jimmies and Joes than it is a scheme problem or something like that. We'll see what happens at Jordan Hare. We'll talk to Justin Hokanson at 10:25 and Stan White at 11 about the direction of the program and what's happening this weekend with Auburn football. When we come back, Brown's tradition for this week. We'll find out what big game he's going to educate us on a little bit of college football history. The next round has the official tequila Maestro Dobel Diamante tequila ready to roll. It's the world's first clear multi-age tequila. Dobel Diamante is a blend of tequilas that are aged in a new European oak barrel, double filtered to remove the color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finishes. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing wherever you're buying tequila next. Make sure you check it out. Look for that beautiful bottle, Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. What Brown has for a tradition, and what you guys think we're going to learn about Matthew Perry. Boy, they're promoting the heck out of that interview. That is next on The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Back with you on the Next Round. College football tonight. Some meaningful games for us. We'll run through that schedule. Brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. If you got something that's not running cool or running hot enough for you, or if your plumbing's backing up, Hemphill's the people to call, LT.
They are done away when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right. Disaster can strike at any moment. We've all experienced it up here at the Next Round. That's why we call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones that fix it right, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call them now, 205-229-2090.
Okay, let me try to give you something in each game tonight. Louisiana Lafayette, Louisiana they like to be called now, and Southern Miss at Hattiesburg. Southern Miss has already lost to Troy, who's in first place in that division, 6:30 ESPN2. But Lafayette gets them next week. So Lafayette, who's 2-2 in the league, if they get a win tonight, they get to play first place Troy next week, so they still got a chance to win their division there. Both teams still alive, so you got a little Sun Belt West battle going on tonight. 6:30 ESPN, surprisingly, very little in this game. Virginia Tech and NC State. NC State can become bowl eligible with a win, but they're 1-2 in the ACC right now. NC State 1-2.
That's what happens when you play Clemson and lose your quarterback.
Yeah, when you lose Devin Leary,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just different. But you look at NC State, they've won 14 straight at home, their second longest home winning streak in the history of that program. They've got 11 interceptions on the season, so they're very opportunistic. That's 11th right now in the FBS. And on the other side, Virginia Tech can't throw the football. They're averaging 6 yards per pass. That's 116th in the FBS. This Virginia Tech team is not good. It's the reason they're getting 2 touchdowns to a backup quarterback.
To a backup quarterback. Do you have a lock on any of these college games tonight?
I've got one side of a college game. It's not my lock, though.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you, it's the Utah-Washington State game.
And that's the other game, 9 o'clock on FS1 if you're looking for it tonight. Not on the ESPNs, it's FS1. Utah, who's still 3-1 with hopes of being in the Pac-12 championship
They control their destiny.
Yeah, playing in Pullman against Washington State, who's 1-3 in the league. So that's 9 o'clock FS1 tonight.
Yeah, the difference here, the Cougars are 3-1 at home. Their 2 losses, USC and Oregon State back-to-back on the road. Utah's only 1-2 on the road. We remember the loss to Florida to start the season. Cougars, though, have allowed 26 sacks already this year. But they do have the best scoring defense in the Pac-12. So Cougars play good defense. Offensive line is not good.
For whatever reason, this has not been a game that goes back and forth, Pullman, Salt Lake City, Pullman, Salt Lake City. That said, the last time the Utah won in Pullman was 2011, so it's been a minute.
Yeah, it's not an easy trip for a lot of Pac-12 schools. What is an easy trip for us is down the traditional trail of college football. That's where Brown takes us every Thursday with our Spotlight. Rockstar?
The Baumhauer Spotlight.
College football's best traditions.
Hey, and our friend Bob Baumhauer, remember, celebrating 40 years of incredible food. He delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Our friend Bob Baumhauer still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Get in, try out that Alabama hot chicken, the recession concession menu. Go easy on your wallet, including that $7.99 classic tailgate burger. It's all going on for lunch or dinner at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
We're going to go to the 2:30 Fox game, Kansas State, Oklahoma State. Dunaway has been to Manhattan, Kansas. No, he has not, but he's got friends that have been.
Yeah, my Auburn friends loved the trip.
I think Forrester's been there. I think he went out there with Auburn. I'm not mistaken. He gives it a thumbs up.
I passed through via bus this past summer.
Dunaway actually told me one of the traditions night before the game, the band goes bar to bar on their main strip there and plays the fight song in the bar. That's pretty cool.
They used to have, and this was fact, the longest bar in North America.
Was in Manhattan, Kansas.
Yep.
How about that?
Sure was.
That's a long bar, I bet. That's a great addition to that,
older brother
Ryan.
Shane.
You think it might be long?
I forgot which he was in the Army and Fort, what is right outside
Fort
of Manhattan?
Riley.
Yeah, Fort Riley.
We used to have like the second or one of the longest bars in Birmingham.
Our friends where we did Bud Light Game Night one night, Still Gastropub, I think has the longest one in Alabama, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
longest,
that's probably right.
Yeah, longest straight bar in Alabama. It's not a straight gay thing. It's an actual.
This is a straight bar?
Straight line bar, maybe.
I don't care. I just want to go.
Hey, so one other thing that Kansas State does is very famous. Their band plays the song Wabash Cannonball, which is a rock star favorite. He loves Wabash Cannonball.
Is it the Breeders?
The Carter family made one of the first recordings of the song in 1929. However, the most popular recording of the song was Roy Acuff in 1936. It's one of fewer than 40 all-time singles to have sold 10 million or more physical copies worldwide.
Wow.
That's very impressive, yeah.
Billie Jean up there?
I have no idea. I don't have the whole list.
They started like in the 1930s selling. They've had a
head start.
Yeah, if it's trickling out, they got a head start.
Yeah, add it to the list of things Jim is underimpressed by, the success of Wabash Cannonball single.
Yeah.
There are many theories of the origin of the song Wabash Cannonball, but legend has it hobos imagined a mythical train called the Wabash Cannonball, which was a death coach. Sounds kind of sad. It appeared at the death of a hobo, and it carried that hobo to his reward. The song was then created with the lyrics and music telling the story of that train. When hobos learned of this train, they called her the Wabash Cannonball and said every station in America had heard the whistle of the Wabash Cannonball. So the band plays it, and the students have motions that go with it. You'll see it sometimes. They'll probably show in this game. They do a lot of all the motions. They also have some interesting lyrics that go with it, and therein lies our problem, folks, with this tradition. Alabama fans, you are familiar with this. Their athletic director and school president has stepped in and said, if you don't stop dropping the F-bomb on your alternate lyrics, the band's not playing this song anymore.
No, they can't do that.
They have done that, Jim. Apparently, in the song, there's a chant that goes KSU, and the students replace the K with the F word and say blink KU, blink KU. And the school president and AD have said if you don't stop it, the band's stopping it.
Let them have their fun.
Yeah, I mean, we're college kids.
Yeah.
Well,
doing a lot worse than that.
It'd be really neat if they would just go in Tennessee too afterwards. FKU
and LSU
and TCU.
I've got a point for
asking
TCU.
You're right.
Yeah.
If it only mattered.
And TCU.
I got a point for asking this because this is tradition too. Last night we found out how the Headless Horseman
That's
lost
right,
his
we
head.
did. Did
Do
you
you
know
guys
that?
have
Well,
any
Rockstar knew
idea how
that.
the Headless Horseman? Oh, you do because you wrote the.
No,
you
Harry
did?
wrote the question.
Yeah,
Do you know
I
how the Headless
wrote
Horseman?
it.
Yeah.
I think the Headless Horseman was decapitated in a love triangle by a guy with a very sharp sword.
Dunaway got it.
Did you say sharp sword?
A sharp sword,
sharp.
very sharp. sword.
Emilio was the guy that beheaded him.
No,
for,
he
for sleeping with Isabel.
His head
Oh,
was
really?
his head was lopped off with a cannonball in the Civil War.
How about that?
Oh wow,
That's a tough way to lose your head, isn't
The
it?
crazy thing is every picture, visual I've seen of the Headless Horseman, it's a pretty clean shot. You would think that like half a shoulder, some ribs would be sticking out.
With that cannonball, I guess you don't feel it if it just knocks your head off. Yeah, it is quick.
Yeah, it's probably a quick way to go. I would agree.
Do you think in Matrix it slows down as it's happening?
Do you think if you find the cannonball after that, there's some teeth and hair on it?
Oh, there's going to be some fragments.
Yeah, fragments.
Yeah, probably the whole face.
Hey, that's our tradition, everybody.
Yeah, brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Yes, Bob Baumhauer celebrating 40 years. The recession concession menu. Baumhauer here to save you a few bucks with a recession concession menu that includes a complimentary beverage. Again, a classic tailgate burger, $7.99. How about the Bam Bam chicken, only $9.99. Go easy on your wallet. Baumhauer's Victory Grill lunch or dinner. Get in today. Go see Bob Baumhauer.
We'll get back to the Matthew Perry discussion. Part of the show being brought to you by Ghost, the active lifestyle sports nutrition energy drinks right there from our friends at Ghost. Ghost is disrupting the ready-to-drink category by combining robust, fully disclosed formulas with industry-first authentic flavors. Flavors like Sour Patch Kids and Airheads. Some great tasting there. My favorite is the citrus. Pretty boring flavor there, but it's a delicious taste. I love the Ghost energy drinks. Get them wherever you buy your refreshments. We're back in a moment with Clay Travis.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The Next Round Golf Cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99. Or get the Next Round Deluxe Golf Cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round Golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
3 games tonight on the college slate. A big one in the NFL if you're a Buccaneer fan like me trying to get a win at home against the Lamar Jackson Ravens, 7:15 on Prime, where the numbers have not been fantastic recently by NFL standards. So we'll see what a Lamar Jackson-Tom Brady matchup does for the Al Michaels, Kirk Herbstreit streaming broadcast this evening. We'll talk about everything in sports with our friend Clay Travis after Brownie tells us about MyBookie.
MyBookie.ag is where you go. MyBookie.ag, code Next Round, gets you a double deposit bonus up to $1,000. You heard me right. They're going to double your deposit bonus up to $1,000 with code Next Round at MyBookie.ag. You can bet on the NFL, the World Series, playing a weekly blackjack tournament. Get big cash prizes there. If you've been waiting for the right time to jump in the action, that time is now. MyBookie.ag, code Next Round to double that deposit bonus up to $1,000. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. MyBookie.ag, code Next Round. MyBookie.ag, code Next Round. Clay Travis is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline now. He wasn't able to join us because of Scheduling Tuesday with us today. Welcome in, Clay. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are y'all?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. This is something I'm probably more fixated on than most of our audience, and I've asked you a lot about this, but we have now seen the renderings of this stadium you guys are building in Nashville. And the reason I'm fixated on it, for those that know, is I think it's going to host everything and anything, including the College Football National Championship game, which people around here care a lot about. Those renderings look fantastic, though.
Yeah, it's going to be a big deal. I've been, as a born and raised Nashville native, advocating for this idea of a dome or covered roof stadium, however you want to define it, since I started doing radio, in Nashville 15, 16 years ago, whatever the heck it was. I think it's going to be great for the Titans. But as you just said, I think that stadium will host multiple Super Bowls. I think it'll host multiple college football playoff and national championship games. I think it'll host the Final Four, WrestleMania, if people out there are WWE fans. And obviously, given the location in Nashville, every major concert tour that could possibly exist that is of a stadium level size, it'll be hosting all of those too. And so it is going to be a monumental, generational. I imagine it'll work for 30 or 40 years, probably go all the way through the rest of my life as the signature location for sports. I think in much of the Mid-South, I would say, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz Dome and Nashville's Dome will be the places that most Southern major sporting events that occur are happening in.
Clay, I think we all know that Auburn's going to need a head coach, at the end of the year. I mean, it could happen any day. With that said, I think you were the first to have Hugh Freeze in an interview after the Ole Miss, that scandal, whatever you want to call it. I forgot. It's probably been 5 years because he took over Liberty in 2019. And to say he's done a good job might be an understatement. I mean, they're 7-1 this year. Their one loss, failed 2-point conversion to Wake Forest. The guy can coach. With that said, if you're an Auburn fan, would you rather have Hugh Freeze or me talking to an Auburn fan last night? He wants Deion Sanders, who's done a really good job at Jackson State. To me, Hugh Freeze seems like a slam dunk if you can get past the baggage. What do you think?
I'd go get Hugh Freeze. And I understand, the Deion infatuation. He's done a great job at Jackson State. If I were Georgia Tech, I would go hire Deion because of his connection to the city of Atlanta. And what I think he could do for the Georgia Tech football program almost immediately. But to me, if you're Auburn, I mean, Hugh Freeze is I don't look. I say it's a can't miss. I mean, I bet you guys said Scott Frost in Nebraska was a can't miss too, right? So there have been some can't miss hires, but I think if you just look at Hugh Freeze's record, he's never really lost anywhere he's coached, from high school in Tennessee to Liberty now, and obviously with stops at Ole Miss in between. And his offense is fun. He's going to score points. He's going to recruit high-level talent. I think if I were an Auburn fan, Hugh Freeze would be an absolute no-brainer. I know there's a lot of Auburn people that would love to get Lane Kiffin. I think Hugh Freeze is very much of a Lane Kiffin, sort of functional equivalent, if you want to put that in. And so I would, if I were Auburn, I would go hire Hugh Freeze. He'd be my top choice.
How bad can it get this year in College Station? Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss plays Jimbo Fisher in Texas A&M.
Yeah.
How bad can it get for Jimbo at Texas A&M? And when do you decide if you're a booster who to have the kind of booster money they have? Most of those guys have to be in their 50s on. You only have so many good years of football left. How much are you willing to pay to flip the script, right? At some point you're like...
Well, I think the question is not only... So first of all, how bad can it get? I mean, I don't have their schedule sitting right in front of me right now, but I believe UMass is the only team on the schedule the rest of the way where you would be like, it seems like they can't. That's the only game they couldn't lose, right?
Yeah,
they lost to App State.
Yeah, Ole Miss, Florida, at Auburn, UMass, at LSU.
Yeah. So, I mean, as bad as it could get, it could go 4-8, right? I mean, that's not crazy. I think they'd probably end up somewhere around 5-7 based on the SEC games they have remaining. Maybe best case scenario, they get to 6-6. None of those results are good. Obviously, 6-6 better than 4-8. But I think the question becomes, who could you get that is way better? And again, I mean, the Jimbo failure front is surprising to me too. But I think now you go back and you say, okay, he had one elite quarterback in Jameis Winston. But I mean, his tenure at Florida State was pretty solid, till the very end. So when things started to fall apart on him, I'm just very surprised at how this is all shaken out with him as well. And again, I think the question is, okay, if you're going to have to pay, what is it, like $95 million in a buyout, I think is what he would be owed. If you're going to have to pay that, who in the world, in addition to paying all of that, who are you going to get that's 100% a better coach than Jimbo Fisher? I mean, I don't know who the name is that's guaranteed to win. I mean, are they going to? I don't even know. I mean, who would you guys even toss out and say this guy is head and shoulders above Jimbo Fisher, and know that Texas A&M could get him? Is there somebody that you guys have on that bingo card or something?
Lane Kiffin would be fun for me. I'd like Lane Kiffin with the Texas resources.
I don't know if this is a guarantee you could get him.
Yeah, what about Urban Meyer? I mean, you don't think Urban Meyer will coach good?
Urban was kind of floating around out there. I don't know if Urban has the fire in his belly right now to want to go to Texas A&M. But, I mean, are you certain that Urban Meyer would be head and shoulders above what Jimbo Fisher did? I mean,
pretty
historically
certain
he has. Well, maybe you're right. But yeah, so I think that's the challenge. My point here is if you're going to move on from Jimbo, you've got to have somebody that you know is such a slam dunk, can't miss. We've got to have this guy. And I just don't think there's very many of those guys out there.
Clay Travis is with us, founder of Outkick, at Clay Travis on Twitter, and he is also part of Fox Sports on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. That is the issue with the coaching carousel is
And sorry, Brown.
Sure.
Also, what would you have to pay? If you're already paying Jimbo and you're going to fire him, are you going to pay $15 million a year to someone in order to get them to come to Texas? I mean, I'm just tossing it out there because if I'm a coach and I've got a decent job now, if they're paying Jimbo 10 and they want me to replace him, I'm going to want substantially more than the 10 that they were already paying Jimbo. So, I mean, legitimate question, are they going to pay a coach $15 million a year in addition to paying $100 million to fire Jimbo? I just think the math is tough, even for a place like A&M.
Yeah, but if I love football and I'm an oil tycoon, I want to, before I go and get buried in the oil field and start pushing up daisies and die, I'd like to see some winning football in my time at Texas A&M. I'm willing to pay anything.
I totally understand that, but when you're talking about paying $100 million to get somebody fired, and then you're talking about paying $150 million potentially, because I think they'd have to go to potentially $15 million a year and give somebody else another 10-year deal. That's $250 million, and there are a lot of really, really wealthy people, but unless Elon Musk has suddenly decided that he has a great interest in Aggie football, there just aren't that many people with $250 million, just kind of sitting around. Even if you're a billionaire, that's a pretty chunk of change.
Yeah, but what I was about to say earlier, and you're kind of playing into this a little bit, is if you've got a major job, this is kind of a tough time to have it open because of how many major jobs were open last year. That cycle ate up so many, either good coaches, known coaches, or everybody that was thought to be a good up-and-coming coach got eaten up in that cycle last year.
Well, yeah, look, I mean, you could say Josh Heupel at Tennessee. This is where Tennessee fans get nervous. They're going to at some point, they may already be working on it. At some point, they probably are going to try to get some sort of lifetime deal done with Josh Heupel based on how well year 2 at Tennessee is going. To try to forestall some of these places potentially making a significant run at him. Because, again, to your point of young coaches who are, winning at an elite level, and granted we're only in year 2 at Heupel, and what was it, only 2 years ago Jimbo went 9-1 or 10-1 or whatever the heck it was.
In the COVID year.
And they almost made the college football playoff. So, and then last year got the win over Saban, and everything seemed like it was going well, and then kind of the wheels have come off. And the other thing I would say is maybe this is partly a cautionary tale about NIL. And I think that is something that many coaches are already talking about, which is if guys are coming to you only because you are offering them the most money, right? And I'm not saying that A&M, offered the most money to every single recruit or anything else, but their willingness to buy into the sort of the support structure and also buy in as a member of the program, the power imbalance is starting to get a little bit more changed, right? So whereas in past years, an 18-year-old, I used to talk to coaches, and you probably heard them talk about this too, guys. They used to say you got to recruit them, and then you got to unrecruit them.
Yep.
And what they meant by that was, you give them all the love and, talk them up and convince them, and then as soon as they show up, as young kids on campus, you got to be like, okay, kid, this isn't all going to be sunshine and rainbows anymore. You're going to have to bust your ass in order to succeed here. And a lot of coaches talk about that transition and how difficult sometimes it can be for freshman top recruits to go from, hey, everybody loves you, you're the greatest thing that's ever existed, to getting chewed out about your performance in practice as soon as camp starts. And so, is that more difficult to do when you have an open transfer portal and also you're paying guys hundreds of thousands of dollars a year? Do they buy in at the same level? Do they acknowledge the head coach's authority, maybe the way, and also position coaches in the past? I think those are all really interesting questions. And if things fall apart at A&M, I think people will be asking those questions about, did the culture of the program get hit? You bring in all this talent, but it may not buy in the same way that talent has in past years.
Which former SEC guy has a better redemption story this year? Brett Bielema at Illinois or Bo Nix at Oregon?
I mean, Bielema it's a good question. I mean, Bo Nix, for Auburn fans out there, I mean, it feels like cruel to bring up given their quarterback situation right now. But anyone who watched Bo Nix play knew that he had high-level capability in him, right? It was just at the same time you would see the good and then the bad would be so bad, right? Like it was like a roller coaster. You never knew which direction he was going to be going, and it seems like Oregon has helped to kind of even out those highs and lows. So I may go Brett Bielema. Although you can say for Bielema, too, because he had such success at Wisconsin, I think Illinois – let me just put it this way. I think maybe Bielema, because winning at Illinois in football – we got a decent basketball program historically, but in football has been really, really hard to do for anyone, whereas Oregon quarterbacks have tended to have success over the last 10 or 15 years because that's been a well-run program. So I'm going to go Bielema as the bigger surprise at Illinois than Nix at Oregon.
All right, he is Clay Travis, Outkick founder, on Twitter at Clay Travis, and see him on Fox Sports as well. Thank you, Clay. Have a great weekend.
All right, we'll do.
All right, see you next week. Clay with us on the Johnston RVCenter.com hotline.
All right, part of the show today also being brought to you by Dr. B, getting LT's hair looking ripe for another Bud Light game night happening tonight down at Tin Roof. Tell us about Dr. B, man.
The best in the business done away. Unfortunately, with age, for most comes a little loss. For me, it was the hair. About a year ago, people started to say things, and I asked around. Dr. Beckenstein is the one that everyone said. Had another hair analysis done at Dr. B's office just about a month ago. We got the results back. My hair's 12 to 14% thicker already. Still pretty early in my treatment. Just started the second phase. Already have significant growth. Dr. Beckenstein is the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. If you're starting to see a little thinning, be preemptive about this. Call Dr. Beckenstein today. He can help you out. People are asking me all the time, is it working? Yes, it is working. Again, my hair is 12 to 14% thicker already. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
So Matthew Perry has a book out, Friends, Lovers, and the Big Terrible Thing. If you watched the show when it was on NBC back in the day, there was that 1 year when they had the new season. Matthew Perry looked like he weighed 140 pounds. And even back then when it was on, it was rumored and always talked about that he had a drug and alcohol problem, which is why he looked the way he looked. But now everywhere you go, I think it's tomorrow night on ABC that they're doing this Matthew Perry set down. What's the lady? Is
Diane Sawyer.
Diane Sawyer interview. It's been promoted everywhere. He's in the New York Post. He's promoting the book is what he's doing. Are you just blown away when you hear somebody say he thinks he spent $9 million in treatment? He's 53 in his life. He started drinking when he was 14, and he says between 14 and 53, he thinks he spent $9 million trying to stay sober.
It doesn't really surprise me. So we all watch the show Succession. And remember when Kendall got sent to rehab for like an hour?
Yeah.
And then they had to get him out because he had to do a PR, 180.
Yeah, blitz or whatever, yeah.
But they took him to some resort, wasn't a resort, some kind of rehab in the middle of nowhere. And some of these rehab centers, it's no telling what they cost, and especially for some of these celebrities. So I'm really not surprised. I'm more surprised based on the reports of the usage, how many pills he was taking, how much he was drinking. That
he said he got to a point where he was trying to take 55. He was taking 55 Vicodins a day.
I will tell you this. So the student health center on the University of Alabama's campus, if you would go there back in the day and say, hey, look, I sprained my ankle, they would give you Vicodin. And I legitimately got Vicodin. I had gotten stitches. And so when they stitched it up, they gave me some Vicodin. And so I tried Vicodin for 2 weeks. And I'd have a Vicodin and go out and have a vodka. And I cannot imagine doing more than one Vicodin in a day. And I knew after 2 weeks, this is bad news. And I haven't had a Vicodin since. But to be doing 55 a day, I don't know how you survive.
One of his organs didn't shut down.
It's extremely sad to me, because what is the one resource that Matthew Perry had that almost probably 99.9% of the people don't have?
Money.
Right. And it's just an example of you just can't throw money at it and fix it. Yeah. It's a
and it can't necessarily buy you happiness.
It can't buy you happiness.
I've always said it can make things better.
Yeah, it can make you live sadder in better places, right? But it can't buy happiness. And there's got to be some sort of, in a situation like that, just some sort of life change.
Yeah. Well, he says, and this is his quote, it's in the book, but also he tells it to the New York Post. He insists that this is proof there is a hell, that he's been living a hell with this addiction. Self-inflicted or whatever, your makeup is. If you are an addict, you're battling this. It's hell. It's hell on earth.
It's got to be.
He says it cost him his dream of marriage and a family. He admits in the interview with Diane Sawyer tomorrow night, a clip you've seen, that he at age 53 is lonely. I'm lonely.
I can't imagine being in that spot. Thank God. And I that is not just a saying where I just flippantly say, thank God. I legitimately thank God I have never had to face this. And I was talking with a dear friend of mine who's had a suicide situation in his life recently. And I just can't imagine being in that spot where 55 Vicodin or suicide or something like that seems to be the best option.
Yeah. Well,
when you've lost hope like that, that's got to be a dark place.
Jennifer Aniston is the one on the show that reached out first to him. It's like, do you think we all can't smell the vodka on your breath? And I think that was they were taping season 3.
Well, I applaud her for that. I didn't know that.
Yeah. She was the one that reached out and stayed in contact the most through the years.
That's good.
Here's one of the problems when you're in a situation like that. You really wonder who your true friends are. And you don't know if he had that support staff around him. I would tell him, you're 53, you still can get married, you can have happiness, you can have a family.
You can turn it around at any time.
I have met people that have these addictions. And look, I like to have fun. I like to drink a lot. But I really believe I could put it down at any time and completely give it up. But there are people out there that can't do it.
Yep.
Really, their body, there's something that they're wired where they really have this addiction. It's a real thing.
It's a disease. But I like what you say. Yeah, I've got an addictive personality. It's one reason I try not to dabble in stuff like that, right? But it's something you said is you can still turn it around. There are always going to be consequences to your decisions. You're going to live with those the rest of your life. You've made those decisions. You can't undo them. But that doesn't mean you can't turn it around, right? And try to at least live whatever you got left doing something right.
Yeah.
Being positive.
And that's what's sad is for him to say that, I basically can't have a family, can't have marriage. It's just not true.
And you could see in the special they did that his body is not right. Mentally, he's not right. His something's jacked up with his throat. He's bloated. He just doesn't look healthy. He's not a healthy human being. He's taken the gift of his body and he's ridden it into the ground for 53 years. Another quote from the interview: I would fake back injuries. I would fake migraine headaches. I had 8 doctors going at the same time. 8 doctors going at the same time.
It's sad, man.
And one of the things, I didn't know how deep this conversation went with Diane Sawyer. I assumed it was about his career and his addiction. But last night in trivia, we learned that he hates one celebrity, which blows me away because I've heard this is the nicest celebrity.
He's backtracked on it. He said that.
Keanu Reeves.
He just picked a name out of thin air. Where he said that when River Phoenix died, he said, and Keanu Reeves still walks the earth. And then when Chris Farley died, he said, and for some reason, Keanu Reeves still walks the earth.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so he was just naming someone.
He's come back saying, like, I just picked a name out of the blue.
Yep. You think Hoke thinks he's hit the wrong video link over here?
Yeah. Hope's coming up in the next segment.
I'm getting worn out here like I'm this major alcoholic. By the way, I've quit for 30 days twice.
That's impressive. What was it? February is usually when you choose it, right?
February, yeah, shortest month.
February's coming up soon.
Well, there's not a lot to do
quit
outside
twice on the shortest month now.
Outside of the Super Bowl. But I have made it 30 days twice.
Hoke's next. We're going to talk Auburn football with him and the portal that has even our command center social media expert Taylor up in arms on what's going on with players walking into the portal. The show being brought to you by Greystone Chiropractic. That's Brown's guy there. Dolphins, big game this weekend. They'll be excited about that. He'll be excited
they're
to see
in Detroit. You don't just waltz into Ford Field and win. Element Wellness is right there under the same roof as Greystone Chiropractic, Highway 119, 280, Tattersall Park. My man, Dr. Lee, over all of that. ElementWellness.me, ElementWellness.me. Everything from IV vitamin therapy to cryotherapy, infrared sauna, red light therapy. ElementWellness.me is where you go right there in Tattersall Park off 280 and 119 to look better, feel better, get better at ElementWellness.me. We will get to Justin Hokanson next on the next round.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western Wear, open Monday through Saturday. Just look for that big red building on I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, and always follow Jack's Western Wear on Facebook and Twitter. The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
The Next Round Golf Cart is here, your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99, or get the Next Round Deluxe Golf Cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round Golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions, and the cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
I don't know if I'm supposed to be ringing the bell, sounding an alarm for where Auburn football is right now. So to get things back in line, a little calming voice, we're about to talk to Justin Hokanson about what has gone on this week. Auburn Live on 3 Sports. His interview brought to you today by our friends at Alabama Power.
They're making it easier than ever to pay your power bill. They now offer digital wallet. You can choose to pay with any of these convenient options: Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, and Venmo. It is easy, secure, and reliable. All you need is an online account. Visit alabamapower.com/myaccount to get started. Justin Hokanson wearing his TNR hat. We love it, Hoke.
Oh, man, I haven't even seen that hat.
That's
an awesome hat.
That's in the store. You bought it in the store, didn't you, Hoke?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
You bought it? We didn't send it to you?
We would have sent you one.
Listen, we sent, Hoke will tell you, we sent one that we had on hand. We do not have that one on hand, but I did send Hoke a hat. Right, Hoke? Am I right about that?
That's true. That's true.
All right, thank you.
So he sent you a cheap one.
I did not. I sent one of ours. AuburnLive.com. AuburnLive.com, part of On3 Sports, @_J Hokanson on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I'll just go ahead and warn everybody, we'll probably talk a little more off the field with Hoke, more on the field with Stan coming up at the top of the hour. Let's start with some of the off the field stuff, though, Hoke. The transfer portal has been busy in this bye week for Auburn, and is that something that should be alarming, or since the bye week for Auburn, I should say, is that something that should be alarming?
It's not really to me. My reaction to this has been very different than our fans and then people on our message boards. I don't know. I feel like this day and age, people are always going to transfer. It's just not a big deal to me. These are guys that have fallen down the depth chart and they're not happy about it. And that's fine. I have no issue with what the decision those guys are making. I just, of the list of things to be concerned about when it comes to Brian Harsin and the running of the program, this seems like down the list. I mean, I just think there's a lot more things. It's weird that this is kind of the one that feels like it broke the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of the reaction of people. And it's odd. And look, if Brian Harsin, which I say I mean, he did, I've confirmed with not just players, but other sources, he did. He is saying, hey, you're a completely healthy player, Landon King, and you want to just redshirt, that's not an acceptable option. You can choose to transfer, you can play, or you can quit. And King said, well, I'm not playing. So he's gonna transfer. Like that is true. He is telling some players that are completely healthy and are just deciding, I want a redshirt, I don't want to be available. Don't make me available. I don't want to play. Well, then you're not going to be a part of the team. I mean, that's happening.
Yeah, that makes me mad, Hoke. If I'm out there going to play wearing the uniform, you're a healthy scratch. That pisses me off if I'm in that locker room.
Yeah, I'm with you. I didn't when we talked about that on the board. I was like, that's a perfectly reasonable stance for Brian Harsin to take, and I don't have a problem in this day and age, I don't have a problem with Landon King saying, "Hey, things haven't gone my way. I just want a red shirt and maybe transfer." Fine. But then, you can't still be around the team and influence the culture and influence the locker room and have access to everything that they do. You just want to kind of shut it down. I get it. I get it from Harsin. I think fans are mad because they view it. They're looking at Brian Harsin making decisions that can affect personnel long term next year, and they're thinking this guy might not even be here yet. He's potentially influencing guys to not be on the roster next year. I think that's where fans are getting upset. But as long as he's the head coach, he's going to make decisions as the head coach, and especially somebody like Brian Harsin. You're not, that dude is not going to just stop doing what he thinks is right. That's for sure. He's going to continue to make those decisions.
And now that you've got a couple of guys trickling out, do you get a gut feel that we're going to have a mass exodus at some point?
A mass exodus. I mean, there's probably a couple other guys that could potentially announce a transfer. I don't know about a mass exodus. I mean, I guess it depends. I mean, if are you talking about while he's still the head coach, like in the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, I mean, from a couple of weeks till the end of the season. I mean, do you see where the numbers get up to double digits?
I don't know about by the end of the season. I mean, I could see people, obviously, if a change were made, I can see people making decisions. I'm not sure. I haven't heard enough names behind the scenes to think there's just going to be this massive flux of guys over the next week leaving. I think Landon King and Tavares Dawson are honestly two guys we talked about on our board 2 weeks ago. I talked about Zacchaeus Walker too. I said, hey, there's a few guys that are a little unhappy. Wouldn't shock me if they announced the transfer. And so that's what happened. And again, people need to remember these guys could come back depending on a coaching change, depending on if a new staff wanted them, depending on a lot of things. All they've done is put out a graphic saying that they intend to enter the portal. That's all that's happened so far. But no, I'm not sure that there'll be a mass exodus of any more players. I think there was just some guys that were bubbling up. And I think Harsin approached some of those guys and said, are you in or out?
Yeah.
Be in or out right now.
Okay, now you're a good Auburn guy, and I'm not. Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question. First, I applaud you for not, panicking over a couple of portal guys here that really aren't impacting Saturdays right now. So I applaud you for reacting this way. That being said, as an Auburn guy, put your journalism aside. As an Auburn fan, do you want these guys back? I understand they can come back. But to me, they're quitting on Auburn. And I know they say in that cute little graphic that they love Auburn, they appreciate the opportunity, they're always Auburn men. I understand all that. But if you're a healthy scratch and we're going out there and playing for Auburn every Saturday, no matter, we're not going to be in the national championship game. We're playing for Auburn every Saturday. The stadium will be packed Saturday. We're playing Arkansas, and you don't want to play. How can you ever let those guys back? How would you ever want them back if you're a fan?
I mean, that's a fair question.
You don't have to. I'm putting you in a bad spot. Don't answer. Yeah. I'm just saying, if I'm a fan, I don't want you back. I don't want you back. Yeah. That's me if I'm a fan. I don't want you back. So go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead, Brown.
Fair question.
Brown, ask him a fair question.
Well, he said it's
not a fair question.
Well,
I put him in a bad spot.
Here's what I will say. Here's what I will say. It doesn't necessarily, like, fans can have that perspective. I wouldn't be in the locker room with the guy. I do know that some of the other players and teammates, to my knowledge, don't really have an issue with the decisions Landon King and Tavares Dawson necessarily made. So I think in the locker room right now, it's kind of this odd time in college football where there's just sort of an understanding that, hey, whatever's good for you, man. And it's just different. And so if there would be issue in the locker room, yes, but I don't know. Those guys are pretty well liked. And so I don't know that there's an issue in the locker room with their decision. And so I don't know if it would even matter what I think.
But if I'm Tank Bigsby and I'm trying to get a big contract in the NFL, it'd be nice if Landon King was out there busting his ass, getting open, which would free up some numbers in the box so I could get some yards so the NFL scouts could still love me a little bit. That's all I'm saying. You're impacting a lot of people's lives at some point when you decide I'm not going to go to work today. That's it.
Fair.
That's it.
And that's what's happening. That is what they are doing. Let's be real. That's the decision they're making. That is.
Just to recap, Dunaway asked a question, ruled it himself unfair, passed his question to me. Hoke answered. Then Jim jumped back in with another question and then told Hoke not to answer it, in case y'all got lost on that. Yes. All right. Hey, real quick before you go, Hoke, the AD search. We are asking in the chat room. I got to find who asked you this. Tom wants to know if Eddie Nunez of New Mexico is in the mix. What's the latest on the AD search?
Yes, he's still in the mix. It kind of went. Things have sort of gone pretty quiet. I mean, it's a small circle of the people that are making this decision. Chris Roberts and probably 2 or 3 confidants and people he trusts, and that's it. I do think that they're closing in. I think there was something in the process slowed it down the last week. Due diligence, something went on. I do think next week is still a potential week to make a hire. I think Eddie Nunez, who's somebody we talked about last week, he's absolutely in the mix. John Hartwell is still absolutely in the mix. Rich McGlynn is the interim. As long as he's the interim, he's in the mix. I still get the feeling that there's potentially a Power 5 name, well-established name that there may be either there's a chance that they could sway or before they make a hire. I think they've got a couple guys they feel like would say yes. And then I wonder if there's not a name out there that they're trying to get, that, hey, like, can we convince this guy? Can we get this guy? If we pay him, would he come on board? That wouldn't surprise me. I can't confirm a name for sure, but I do get the feeling that there is one of those guys out there that could be a wrinkle in this whole thing.
All right, he is Justin Hokanson. Follow him on Twitter @_J Hokanson. Read him at auburnlive.com. That's part of On3 Sports. Great time to jump on board there with everything that's going on at Auburn. auburnlive.com. Hoke, thank you for the time, man. Always good talking with you.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, buddy. Have a good weekend. Justin Hokanson with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Am I wrong? How would you feel? You're Tank Bigsby, and I'm shutting it down. How would you feel?
I'd be pissed. You're right. I'd be really, really pissed. I mean, look, Auburn obviously needs all hands on deck. We were in this together from spring to fall, and now we're out here on Saturdays and things aren't going right, so you're going to shut it down when you have the opportunity to play?
But I'm a student. I've only got 4 years to go to games, Brown, and you're going to shut it down. This is one of my years.
But here's the alternative version. If you're not going to go out there and give 100%, I'd prefer you just hit the portal. Because 100%. I'm out there giving 100%. So
yes.
If you've decided for whatever reason you're not going to give your all, then hit the portal.
Yeah,
don't even stick around.
Asking for the red shirt when you're 100% healthy, that's the problem.
Jacob says a good coach would not let players shut it down. That's what Harsin is doing. Harsin says, you can't shut it down, dude. You can't shut it down. You're healthy. You got to go play. You got to be available. You got to be in the rotation. Even if you're just a 2 in practice, you got to be in the rotation. You cannot shut it down. If you're shutting it down, you either got to transfer or quit because you're healthy. You can't shut it down. That's what he's doing. This player freedom is okay, but you got to still have a team. You still got to have a team, right? It can't be all about me. It's really a fabric of what's starting to crumble our country right now. Is all about me. Sometimes you got to sacrifice for the others.
I wonder how Kirby Smart or Nick Saban would respond if a freshman that they think can make an impact walked up to him and said, I'm not feeling it, man. I'd really rather redshirt. What do you think they would do?
That's interesting. If they think that guy is truly a 5-star, could be a superstar in the next year or two, probably would be like, okay, shut it down.
You go through a lot of stuff as a freshman, right? There are going to be days you're having a bad day.
Oh, it's a huge transformation. Yeah, you go from being the star, the stud, the man to just another guy.
Yeah,
in most cases, it's tough.
But see, they're in a different situation. Kirby and Nick is. It depends on how good right. It depends on how good you are. But at some point, I can find somebody else that'll take up your scholarship in space. We've got a pretty good roster.
That was obviously a rhetorical question. We don't know the answer, but I do wonder because I don't know that those guys would just immediately run them off. But they're also not in the same place as Brian Harsin is. Harsin. Yeah. At least, I guess, is trying to salvage this thing. I don't know that he's raised the flag yet and said, I know I'm done at the end of the year, or if he's trying to salvage it, I really don't know what he's doing.
Najee Harris was very outspoken, if you believe his story, that he was thinking about leaving. He was missing California.
And Saban talked him into staying because Saban knew that guy's an NFL running back.
Yeah. And that's one thing that, I don't know how many programs do it. I'm closer to the Alabama program. The thing that's amazed me, one of the best traits of Nick Saban, he's an unbelievable, relentless recruiter. But from the day you get there, your mental health, the psychology of it all is a big deal to Nick Saban. You basically take a test when you first get on campus with a football program where it's a psychology test where he learns about you. He's got doctors that look at it, and he coaches everyone differently off of your test that you take there. I mean, it's a big psychological game with 85 players in the program, and you have bad days, and it's not just you're quitting on me, get the hell out of here. But at some point, you've got to be available for the guy next to you. Got to be available.
I really believe this is going to be the beginning of more and more guys leaving this program, though.
Yeah, but it is, and it's not just an Auburn problem. It is happening everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like
you're hearing it's going to happen at A&M,
yeah, I feel
Miami,
like,
wherever it's not going right. I mean, that's what happens today. And again, I hate to sound like the old man, get off my lawn, but the generation we're in right now, if it's not going well, instead of battling through adversity and building something, I'm just going to go the easy path.
But it's not that generation's fault. Our generation and the generation a little younger than us has created that.
Oh, yeah.
That's what's unfortunate about it.
Yeah,
Good part of that.
Yep.
But there are portal players that leave Ohio State, that leave Alabama every year. LSU's had players since 19 shut it down every year. It happens everywhere. But we know eventually what's going to happen to Harsin, and this just may be some of the decorations to eventually do what they want to do down there. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. You want to make sure your house is fully protected with the gutters and get them cleaned and capped.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is get on that dirty or get on that dangerous ladder to clean out the dirty gutters. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Gutter Cap is the answer. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping out debris, eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. My good friend Chris Stewart about to celebrate 20 years of Gutter Cap. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. Right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round viewer and listener. Go to guttercapbirmingham.com for more information or call Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it.
When we come back, they're having a lot of fun down in Fort Worth, Texas. When we roll back, some fun that Sonny Dykes and the TCU Horned Frogs are having. We'll talk about that and get to the top of the hour and talk more with Stan White. Stay with us.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Next Round Golf Cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99, or get the Next Round Deluxe Golf Cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round Golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
World Series starts tomorrow night. Justin Verlander against Aaron Nola. Philadelphia's Nola against Verlander in Houston for Game 1 of the World Series. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. Great folks there at Wayne's. Glad to have them on this wonderful ride with us. We appreciate them so much.
They've been there since day one, man, and they consider us family. We consider them family, so you benefit from that because we're helping you save with Wayne's. 866-WAYNES-1 is the number, 866-WAYNES-1. Envirolon is what you need right now. We are in the fall shutdown season. Your grass is going from green to brown, going dormant, right? You want to make sure it shuts down properly. It gets all the nutrients in the soil it needs, all the pre-emergence in the soil it needs, and it comes back in spring and summer as healthy and vibrant as possible, so you got the best yard on the street. Let Wayne's do it so you don't even have to think about it. Envirolon is what you want at Wayne's. Call 866-WAYNES-1. Use the code TNR. First month is on us. We'll take care of the first month. You just pick it up, pay 11 months, get 12 months of service at Envirolon. 866-WAYNES-1, code TNR.
TCU in trouble this week on the road at Morgantown? You keep bringing that game up a little bit. There seems to be something.
Look, TCU's defense is susceptible, but you look at the other side, West Virginia's got the worst pass defense in the Big 12 right now. So it's an opportunity for Duggan, who's got 19 touchdowns leading the Big 12, only 1 pick. But, yeah, I think there could be. I mean, this is a West Virginia team that beat Baylor at home earlier this year.
And all TCU does is play close games.
That's all they do.
Right?
Yeah, they've been skating. And that has a tendency to catch up with you.
It has a tendency to catch up, yeah. Here they're having fun, though, right now.
They should.
Down at TCU. Uncharted, well, they've been there before. They should have been in 2009, the national championship game, maybe. Here's one T-shirt they have out. This is from our friends at Barstool. Always sunny in Fort Worth.
That's pretty good.
It's always sunny in Fort Worth. It was sunny down there. That's a good T-shirt.
That's pretty good. I like that, yeah.
And then here's what Sonny and a lot of TCU folks are wearing. Lunsford, do you ever watch Futurama? I don't know anything about Futurama.
Yes, I do. Hold on, I got to come over and see what the shirt says.
It's the Hypno Toad.
Oh, yeah, Hypno Toad. It's a channel they turn on, and its eyes are going crazy and it's supposed to like what's the word? Hypnotize.
Yeah, well,
hypnotize you.
That's become such a big thing with the TCU students, and Sonny Dykes wearing the sweatshirt there at practice. The Hypno-Toad has sort of become the unofficial mascot for them there.
You know what I noticed on the second one? The first one you said is a Barstool shirt. The second one is on Nike gear, which tells me the school puts that one out. So that wasn't just some random bookstore that did Hypno-Toad. TCU actually is licensing that if it's on the Nike gear.
This has been a fun ride. I don't think they're going to be able to stick the landing.
You don't think so?
I don't. I think they win Saturday.
Are they at least in the Big 12 championship game?
Texas Tech has really improved. Now they've got them at home. They've got to go to Texas, but they've owned Texas. They got to go to Baylor, and they've got Iowa State. Yeah, they're in the Big 12 championship game.
I mean, so
I think we see the rematch Oak State. TCU.
They're 4-0, 7-0.
Which was a good overtime game, right?
Yeah. I mean, I guess if they lost the rest of these games, it would be a super bitter taste in your mouth, obviously. But I think realistically, there's not a ton Sonny Dykes can do from here on that doesn't make this a massively successful first year for him.
Yeah, I don't think worst case, I think it's 10-2.
I mean, if they're 10-2, I mean, they ought to be just through the roof in Fort Worth with that first year.
Yeah, a guy who's waited on this kind of opportunity, and everywhere he's gone, he's sort of tried to build it up. Luckily, to get out of Cal, got to SMU, found a landing spot, got his momentum back, and now moves down the street to Fort Worth.
And replacing the legend.
That's right.
Yeah.
Has a chance now to play his way into a college football playoff. By the way, Texas, not too far off. I know it seems like they started to come off the rails with Sark, blowing another double-digit lead in the second half. But what was it? Last-minute field goal to Alabama.
Yep.
Loss. Overtime on the road at Texas Tech.
Blew a 14-point lead loss.
You just told me Texas Tech is really good. And then Oklahoma State, where
blew a 14-point lead loss.
They were running through them in the first half and blew a lead. That's their 3 losses.
Yeah.
I mean, they're that close to being 7-1 or 8-0.
Well, again, you could survive the Alabama loss, but those other two, now all of a sudden you're behind the 8 ball in your own conference, much less as in terms of making a college football playoff. And I'm with Lance. I know Lance feels this way. They're not finished losing either, I don't think.
No, I don't think so.
Redmont brings you part of the show today, and a wonderful drink that we use many, many times in Drinks with Dunaway. We'll tape another one later today, by the way. It's a witch's brew that we're putting together today.
The old witch's brew,
with our friends at Redmont Vodka.
Yeah, hey, look, locally owned and operated. Available in 20 states, though. Ask for it by name. Their aim, clarity, taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package and ABC stores. Get a bottle today, Redmont Vodka.
All right, when we come back, we'll talk to Stan White and get into some more college football, including Bo Nix in the next half hour, talking to reporters out in Eugene about what he can do in Oregon that he could never do at Auburn. That's coming up next hour, too. Stay with us.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
The Next Round Golf Cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99. Or get the Next Round Deluxe Golf Cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round Golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
So we talked all the off-the-field stuff with Hokanson about Auburn. We're about to talk to Stan White about the game itself, Arkansas and Auburn, 11 a.m. on the SEC Network, and, of course, with Andy and Stan right there on the Auburn Network. This hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. They just rang the bell. Open for lunch. Sterling and his crew ready to serve you that wonderful, it's been brined overnight, Southern fried chicken, battered up perfectly, fried perfectly every time. That's what Sterling promises you at Champy's right there on 119 in Alabaster. They'll help you win your tailgate. Take that fried chicken, those hand-cut chicken fingers to the tailgate at Jordan-Hare Stadium tomorrow or wherever you're watching football this weekend. They'll do your Christmas parties, your office parties, your parties at the house, whatever you're doing, they'll cater it for you. You can do it at champyschecken.com. And don't forget those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. They're to die for right there. A little spice, a little kick into them. It's champyschecken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster.
All right, Stan White's the analyst on the Auburn Sports Network. As Dunaway said, that's an early kick there, so they'll be on 8 o'clock. On the Auburn Sports Network throughout the Southeast. He is with us on the Johnston RVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Stan. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. You know, you got me pretty hungry, craving some Southern fried chicken.
Oh, man, it's so good.
Oh, it is good, man. Yeah. Those tamales, too, are phenomenal.
The chicken, it's always called Southern fried chicken. Did fried chicken start in the South?
I do not know that, but we used to do a thing when Brown and I were on AM radio, Stan. It was called Jim or Not. I would just take a question like that. I would give you my belief and my answer, and then you would say whether I know it to be true or if I'm lying. I think Southern Fried Chicken started when they were just frying the birds up on the side of as we were building the railroad across America. And it was fried up by the migrant workers that had been brought across the ocean from, I believe, the Orient. So I think that's where it started.
Okay, well, I'll buy that.
Yeah.
Are you asking if that's true? If that's truth or?
I am totally lying. I'm making that story up.
It apparently started with the Europeans and West Africans.
Yep, Scottish and West African cuisine.
Yep. So we didn't even invent it. Now we perfected it, Stan. We may not have invented it, but we perfected it.
They didn't have those big black skillets that you never washed, right?
Yeah.
They didn't know how to tailgate, did they?
No, they did not. They did not. Hey, how was the bye week? And as an Auburn fan, a team coming off a bye, how do you kind of reset and maybe make the second part of the season better than the first part?
Bye weeks are interesting because a lot of people say, well, you get your kind of bruises and things healed up, and you do to some extent. But a lot of your injuries, would take more than 3 or 4 days or 5 days off. I think it's a big thing is you can reset mentally and go back and kind of self-scout on what you've done well and what you haven't done so well. And clearly they have a lot of things that they need to look at. Obviously the turnover ratios and the tackling and of course the rush defense, obviously from the last game. But yeah, it's a chance to kind of reset your internal clock and kind of decompress for a couple of days, maybe watch a little football, become a fan for a few days, and then get back into the routine. This coming week. Of course, they've had some activity this past week, obviously with some transfers and so forth. But that's part of the game these days. That's part of what you deal with on a weekly basis. It seems like
they're giving up a worst versus Power 5, 260 yards per game on the ground. And we were talking about this earlier, Stan. How difficult is it to fix a rush defense in the middle of a season?
Well, clearly, they're faced a team that was in the top. I think they were number 2 in the SEC in rush offense when Auburn played them. So they were playing a good offensive rushing team in Ole Miss. But, like you said, you've got to be able to go back and look at what you did well and what you've done well over the course of that, not just the last game. Clearly, 450 yards is not going to win you a lot of games when you give that up on the ground. Because a running play in itself is a lot. If you can execute a running play, they're a lot more. I'm not saying it's easy, guys, but it's a lot easier than a passing execution play because more things can go wrong. Obviously, in a passing play, you can have a perfect blocking, perfect drop back, perfect protection and pass and everything, and the ball get tipped and it's not successful. But a running play, if you can execute hat on a hat and make the right cut, you're probably going to have a good chance at getting 4 or 5 yards. And obviously Ole Miss did a lot of good things against Auburn with that. So, do you put an extra guy in the box? Do you play a little bit more man-to-man? Do you do a slant technique with your line sometimes, taking some chances? Do you scrape? This is all football jargon talk, but do you scrape a backer on the outside where you slant? So it's getting different run fits to be able to be sound as well, and Auburn's got to look at that and see what they can come up with against Arkansas because Jefferson's back. He's a good run threat for them. Can throw the ball, but can run it also.
Yeah, and Rocket Sanders is really good too. So it'll be a challenge. Yeah. I'll ask you this: did you ever find out what Ronnie told Robbie Ashford? Because he was a little frustrated in that Ole Miss game. And the cameras showed us Ronnie putting his arm around him and calming him down a little bit. You've been there before as a quarterback, maybe not that as demonstrative. There are so many good things that Robbie Ashford's doing, man. He's starting to stack some good plays on good plays. Where do you think Robbie is right now, and what do you think Ronnie told him there to sort of calm him down and get his head back in it?
Well, I think first of all, that happens on almost every sideline every Saturday. I mean, it just sometimes you got too many cameras around now. I mean, it happened when I was playing. You don't get into knockdown dragouts, but you're going to have some guys. These are alpha dog players. These are alpha personalities, and so if a guy doesn't do anything, or he doesn't think he's doing his job, or if he's saying, hey, hey, stick with me, I've got this, they may have some words. That happens a lot. I mean, a lot more than you would think it does. It just got captured on television. I don't know. I hadn't spoke to Ronnie about what he said to him, and I'm sure he just said, hey, man, you guys are both, very important parts of this offense. Everything's going to be fine and so forth. Just using that kind of veteran mentality. But Robbie's doing a lot of good things. But Robbie is starting. He's only started 4 games now, I guess, and so he's still young, still growing, but he's starting to do things that you can build around offensively. And whenever you have that athletic ability to extend a play when it breaks down, that gives you a chance. I mean, look at the guy across the state. I mean, Bryce Young is an expert at extending plays. I mean, he is just so dangerous that way. In fact, I would say, his Heisman Trophy winning days are probably a lot more in extended plays than just dropping back and sitting there. Of course, he's got a great offensive line where he could probably sit and have a cup of tea, but he's also got that ability to see downfield and extend plays, and that's the danger part of a quarterback that can do that. I mean, when you can just sit back there and everybody's got everything covered and you think everything's good, and all of a sudden you're able to extend a play and have a 25-yard completion, man, that just kills the defense.
Stan White is with us, the Auburn analyst on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. When you look at Eric Kiesau, the offensive coordinator, I would say the second and third quarter in Oxford is about the best back-to-back they've put together. And I think sometimes we forget, Stan, that this is a guy that is calling plays really for the first time ever, I guess. Have you found him finding a little more rhythm in his play calling?
Yeah, I've seen it the last really couple of weeks. I've seen some good play calls. At some point in time, the guys have to execute as well. I mean, early in that game, give me an example. There was the screen play that Robbie threw the interception on. Fantastic play call. I mean, everything was set up perfectly, right? And, I mean, if you go back and look at the film, this is going to be maybe a touchdown or maybe at least a 15, 20-yard gain. And a little bit too hard of a throw, too behind the tank, and it's tipped and it's an interception. And so those are the little things. I mean, how do you blame a play caller for that? I mean, and sometimes that happens. I see a young quarterback not putting a little bit of a touch on the ball. So, it's easy to go back and say, well, the play call was horrible. It didn't work. Well, why did it not work? Was it a bad play call? Was it covered? No, it wasn't covered. They didn't have a linebacker sitting right beside Tank because they brought a blitz. So it was a really good play call. It just did not get executed. So it goes down as a failure of a play. Was it the play caller? No, it was not. It was a really good play call. So, yeah, I'm seeing a little bit. But, when you're able to run the ball a little bit, and Auburn clearly, if I'd have told you last week they were going to have 300 yards rushing, you'd say, yeah, Auburn's going to win that game. But it's a lot easier when you're able to call plays at 2nd and 4, 2nd and 5 than it is at 2nd and 10. And Auburn's been more of those 2nd and 10s this year than they have 2nd and 4 and 5. So, as a more of a lower level play caller myself, it's much easier. It's much easier to call a play on 2nd and 4 than it is on 2nd and 10.
Is there somebody in this offense that you think is being underutilized?
Oh man, everybody talks about the backs, and we saw them, have more success this weekend. 2 weekends ago than we have all year. But there's a reason why. I mean, you can't go against 8 and 9 guys and say, okay, we're just going to run it 40 times and bang our head against the wall. You just can't do it. So I wouldn't say underutilized. I'm hoping that some receivers will continue to step up and make some plays. Now, obviously, I made a reference to a couple of guys going into the portal this week. They're thinner at that position now because of that. And we could have a whole segment about, what I think is, guys need to do about transferring and, what obligation do they have to their program because they are on scholarship and so forth. But yeah, so I hope that Javaris Johnson will continue to grow, and he was that guy they looked at early. Of course, Schenker is their tight end. He's one of their go-tos on short yardage, but they just got to continue to develop that wide receiver position.
All right, here's Stan and the entire gang there. Early, 8 a.m. on the Auburn Sports Network. 11 o'clock SEC Network kick for Arkansas coming to Auburn. Stan, thank you so much for the time. Always great talking with you. Enjoy the game.
Hey, my pleasure. I figured you guys were going to ask me about that, the transfer stuff and all that.
Well, we covered it with homecoming. Hey, listen, we got all the time you want. You got any thoughts on it?
Yeah. I thought we were doing you a favor.
Yeah.
I know. You guys are always that way. I will tell you this, and try to do it in a short statement.
No, take your time.
It's easy to say, okay, the players have more power. They do. At what point does a player feel obligated to the program that signed him versus his obligation on, hey, I think I'm going to transfer, so I'm just going to go and say, hey, coach, can I just go ahead and redshirt and be on the scout team, even though the coach may need you? And I don't know. That's not. I'm not answering either way, because if you lean toward the program, then it makes you look bad because you're not looking at the players. If you lean toward the player, then you're not looking at the program. So I'm more asking you guys. I mean, your thoughts. I particularly think that, NIL money, you make your money and all that stuff, but you're also, you're getting a $40,000-$45,000 a year scholarship. At what time do you owe it to the program to say, look, I want to get on the field and play? And yet sometimes these kids now, if they're not an integral part, they say, well, I don't want to play.
Yeah.
I'll go over on the scout team. I just find that I can't believe that type of, was that something that we anticipated when this NIL and transfer portal came about? I don't think so.
Yeah, well, but it tells you so much about people's character. What are you willing to do for somebody else, right?
Exactly.
Not for you. It's for somebody else. And it's for the school, it's for the students, it's for the fans, it's for the program. I mean, the coach is embattled. I understand that. And, he's got to, he may be trying to save his job. It's not even about that. It's about the guy you work with in practice, the guy you hang out with at night. It's for those people. And if you can't do that, if you can't put you aside for that in this situation, how many times in your life are you going to be worried more about you and not somebody else? And that, and Stan, I'm sorry, it pisses me off every time I see that in life.
I don't know if I could have said it better, quite honestly. You could use it in your job right now. If you knew you were going to get a big, high job with, I don't know, name your network, and you knew this was coming at the end of the year, and you just said, hey, guys, look, I'm going to come here every day, but I'm just going to sit back and not talk.
Yep.
And I just, it's hard for me to believe that we've come to the portion of kids saying, I don't want to play, even though you may put me in the game. I don't want to play because I'm planning on transferring and don't want to. And I get it. You don't become as attractable, I guess, if you lose a year. But that's when you go to the coach and say, look, I know I got 4 games. I'm planning on transfer. But at what point in time do you owe a little bit to that program? I mean, not everything, but owe a little bit. It's unfathomable to me that a kid will not want to play if he's healthy. Now, I get it if you're not healthy, but if he's healthy, saying, hey, I'm not going to play, I'm going to go scout team because I'm planning on transfer.
Yeah, but
even though you're paying for my college.
Yeah, Brown's got a great solution to all this, Stan, and he's not the only one, but he trumpets this all the time. Do away with the red shirt. Everybody gets 5 years.
Yeah, 5 years to play 5. No red shirts.
I think that's probably a good point. I mean, I was redshirted. I needed to be. I mean, I was not physically and probably mentally not ready to play. And plus, they had Reggie Slack and 5 other guys. So I needed a redshirt. I'd always planned on it. I mean, if you'd have put me in as a true freshman, you'd have been cleaning up my drawers.
Yep.
So that's just the way it was. But we could have a whole 3-hour show over that. But I do not, at some point in time, you cannot hold a coach responsible if a player says, well, look, even though I may be second string or I may go in for 15 or 20 snaps, I'm just not going to. I'm just not. I just can't believe that.
Food Network, Stan. That would be my choice of the network that comes after me. And I quit talking on the show, the Food Network. The day they show up, these guys are in trouble.
Yeah. Travel Channel for me. I want to do some traveling.
What about you, LT?
CMT.
So we know. All right. So we know, like a Nick Saban would be the Weather Channel, right?
That's right. Yeah. Absolutely. He's a Weather Channel guy. I'll pass on the Weather Channel. Thank you very much. Stan, thank you. Enjoy the game Saturday. We'll talk to you next week.
Hey, my pleasure, guys. Let's get some Southern fried chicken.
Absolutely. Go get us some. Bring it up here. Thank you, Stan. We'll see you. Stan White with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, always brought to you this hour by our friends at Champy's Chicken. That's what you guys are talking about over in the chat room. A lot of you don't live right there on Highway 119, but if you do, get by there and see them at champyschicken.com. It's horrible, but it's just the first one that pops to mind. It's not it's always bad to have an Auburn discussion and then use an Alabama reference point, right?
Right.
That's a no-no in this state. But it's just the first one that pops to mind to me. Jalen Waddle had no benefit to get back out there in the national championship game that year. After his injury, he was hobbling and wobbling around out there, but he wanted to get back out there because selfishly he wanted to be part of a national championship game, but also maybe he could help make a play to win the game. And he made one or two big plays in that game, and Alabama won. And there are other examples throughout history, I'm sure, both in orange and blue and crimson and white and every other color in the SEC and the Big Ten and every one. But at some point, and listen, I have no problem with the guys transferring. That's fine. But don't get mad at Brian Harsin or write stories about Brian Harsin saying, look, man, you're healthy. You're either playing, you're in the rotation, or you're in the portal, you're leaving, or you're quitting. Choose your one.
Well,
but you can't be on the team and then not play for the team.
It goes back to our spin discussion with Jimbo Fisher. People are going to spin this the other way with Harsin because Auburn fans are done with Harsin.
Right.
I do think your example is a little different with Jalen Waddle because it is a national championship game, and I think anyone would want to play on that stage.
Yeah. Who cut their pinky off in an NFL game?
Ronnie Lott.
Yeah, Ronnie Lott.
Cut his pinky off.
Yeah.
To go back and play.
Didn't who's our guy, Rashad Johnson? Didn't he play with his pinky just detached and it was hanging in his tip of his pinky was hanging in his glove there?
Lincoln Riley, I saw a clip this morning, and I forgot who it was, but it was this year earlier against Fresno State. And dude played with bone out of finger. Didn't tell the coaches.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, for 3 plays. Made 2 tackles.
Yeah,
and then he finally came to the sideline and was like, got an issue here.
I got a bone coming out of my finger.
Yeah. That's unbelievable stuff there. All right, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Backyard Adventure. Listen, playing time has been a big discussion today, but playtime at your house always takes priority, right? Those kids are at that perfect age where you can go out in the backyard and just have a blast every afternoon. But we got busy schedules, right? Everybody's just crammed for time. Why hop in the car and drive somewhere to swing or slide or climb on a playground? You can have it in your own backyard thanks to our friends at Backyard Adventure. They're signing up right now for Christmas delivery and setup. You can get that by calling this number, 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386. Or very simply go to backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com. And listen, you could be in Atlanta. A lot of you watch us in Atlanta now. It's one of our bigger growing markets. Backyard Adventure, Backyard Solutions coming to your neighborhood. Just go to backyardalabama.com, click and find a store near you, wherever you're watching, Huntsville, whatever. Find a place, backyardalabama.com. Great quality. 100% cedar right there, really thick wood. They'll set it up, they'll maintain it, they'll do the landscaping, they'll take it down when your kids get older. It's unbelievable. It's Backyard Adventures, backyardalabama.com. They also have alley-oop trampolines and goal setter basketball goals too at backyardalabama.com. When we come back, Bo Nix doing an interview out in Eugene, and he gets asked a question, what kind of freedom he has now at Oregon that he never had at Auburn.
To eat In-N-Out Burger.
He can do that.
Yep.
Some of you went to the legalized marijuana there.
That too, yes.
That wasn't his
there are
answer.
A few things, maybe,
Neither
yes.
one of those are the answers. What Bo Nix says coming up. Also, we'll do trash in the next segment. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie.
MyBookie.ag, MyBookie.ag. Use code NEXTROUND, and you can get your deposit matched up to $1,000. That's right. Your initial deposit matched up to $1,000 when you use code NEXTROUND when you sign up at MyBookie.ag. Great time to get on board. Heat of college football, NFL season, World Series starting. They've also got those blackjack tournaments weekly. You can be part of all of it. You've been looking for your time to jump in. That time, my friend, is now. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag. Double that deposit bonus when you use code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The Next Round golf cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99, or get the Next Round Deluxe golf cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store. When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible, and they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Precision Sports getting you back in the game. Key injuries for Georgia and Florida. Big news for Florida. They're getting Osiris Torrance back. Remember, he was the stud at Louisiana Lafayette with Napier, who made the transfer with him to Gainesville. He's been really good. Missed the LSU game, though. So he's back. That's huge for Florida to have a fighting chance in this. Georgia, Jalen Carter is close to coming back after that chop block earlier this year, his knee, but he is still day-to-day. He's more likely to play than receiver A.D. Mitchell, who's dealing with an ankle. And they've lost starting safety Dan Jackson, foot injury. He's out for the rest of the year, so they'll have to replace him on the dime package. Georgia's a little beaten up. They got some injuries of some significant players, a linebacker who's working back in. Georgia should have no problem with Florida, but playing that tough rivalry game and then turning around and playing Tennessee with a dime question in the secondary there becomes some issues for Kirby. That's Precision Sports injury update for the big game in Jackson.
Hey, 'tis the season to make your plans to get moving in 2023. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics encourages you to start out 2023 with less pain and schedule any elective orthopedic procedures you've been putting off. Make an appointment. Start saving today at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
All right, Bo Nix, I think it's James Crapia, Forrester, that's asking this question again.
James just getting all the Auburn stuff in out there.
James Crapia is asking the question. He covers Oregon, used to cover Auburn, and he moved all the way out there first, and then Bo Nix followed him out there. I've got a feeling that this Oregon team coming down off that big win over UCLA does not look as smooth and crisp at Cal this weekend. 2:30 FS1, that's 12:30 out there. Something tells me this is a mucky, yucky game for Bo.
Well, Cal is one of these defenses that can yuck it up. Their offense is awful under Bill Musgrave, but you look at Cal, they're only giving up 14.3 points per game their last three.
Yeah, so this could be a bad Heisman weekend for Bo, but Bo gets asked this question, and listen to the answer, and then I want your reaction.
Back to the freedom pre-snap. Is that a thing you've had experience with at other schools, or is this the most maybe?
Yeah, this is by far the most. In the past, I haven't really been able to check plays. What's been called, we're running no matter what. And, sometimes it shows. And I think that now with flexibility, you can kind of see in our offense, we're never really out-schemed, out-manned. We always got a hat on a hat. And our plays that we run, they're always positive, good plays. We really, one of our goals just in the quarterback room, with OC, with Coach Dillingham, we don't want to run any bad plays that can be like negative.
Yeah. So he says right there, nutshell, I've never been able to check out of plays. What's been called is what we run, and I have never had this freedom.
Yeah, at some point, Crapia will get to the bottom of everything that is different between Malzahn, Harsin, and
pregame meals,
and play for Kenny Dilly,
hotels.
But I mean, he is like, you watch him play, he seems like a different person. He seems like a guy. He's playing like a guy that feels a newfound freedom.
He seems like the oldest guy on the field, doesn't he?
He does.
Well, again, I brought this up in postgame last week, and I'm not making any comparisons at all to Bryce Young and Bo Nix. Outside of this, Bryce is so comfortable gliding around that pocket. It's the same thing Bo Nix is. And you guys remember the last couple of years watching Bo under duress nonstop.
Yep.
Running for his life. Do you know how many times he's been sacked this year?
8.
Once.
One time? Are you serious?
Once.
He's only been sacked one time this year.
That's it.
That is pretty crazy.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's loving life right now.
Yeah.
And he's played Georgia.
Yeah.
I mean, to think about that. I mean, you would have thought Georgia, the way that game went, thought they would have sacked him 6 times.
All right. It is time for trash. We do it every year. We'll get back to sports and Rockstar's viewing menu. He has the 4 downs. Buster Olney at the top of the hour. But right now, the guy in his, that's our old holiday sweatshirt. He's got it on
Happy
today.
holidays.
Happy holidays,
Merry Christmas,
Rockstar.
Rocky.
Thank you, guys.
Hey,
It's
Merry
fun.
Christmas, Rocky. Hit the big button.
There's a reason that women live longer, Mark. Let me tell you. It is because we are stronger and we are happier at the end of the day than most men. And that is factual, and you know it.
When men are married to women who scream like you, they just want to die sooner.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Fumbling through today's housing market alone, it's a bad play. That's why you should team up with the right lender. Our friends at Mortgage Right created their Lock and Shop program to help you score big in home ownership. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. These days, homes are selling the second they hit the market. This program allows you to take a time out, make your home search easier by pre-approving your budget, maintaining that 60-day lock-in period while you look for your perfect home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to lock in that interest rate and unlock your dream home. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. You guys like to eat with your hands?
Not really.
I mean, it depends on what I'm eating, Lance.
I mean, I'll do a burger, a sandwich and fries, sandwich and chips. But
yeah, ribs, fried chicken, things like that. I have to eat with my hands.
Okay,
I won't do soup.
Those are a stickler for etiquette. You need to look away right now. Stop listening.
I don't know that I can look at this. Oh, no. I can't. Are
There's
they
a
eating spaghetti with their
professor
hands?
out there, Charles Spence from the University of Oxford, said giving up silverware is the secret to enjoying food. He says eating with our hands can heighten the dining experience even for meals like pasta and messy curries.
Yeah, but I mean, if they're going to look that good doing it, that's one thing. But chances are,
do y'all have messy curries?
Nothing looks better than those women eating like that.
Well, I'm just saying they're not all going to be 8s or above eating this way. You're going to go to the restaurant and you're going to have some of the below average people of America eating with their hands.
I believe this. I wouldn't want to do it because I don't want to get all messy. It's one of the reasons I don't like eating like ribs in public because they're so messy.
Very close to our studio here, there is a pho place. We used to call it pho, but I'm told it's pho.
I still call it pho.
And it's a little more than that. It's got a more extensive menu than that. But Rockstar went there one time, and I've had so many people tell me it's good. But Rockstar's like, I like the food, but you couldn't eat in there, could you, Rockstar?
Slurps.
Everything was slurps.
Yeah.
And the first time I went in there, I noticed it too.
Is nonstop.
But it's good food, man.
It's really good.
They got a good menu.
It is my pho or faux place. It's wherever I go. That's where I go. Rockstar turned me onto it.
Now, he says that eating with our hands can heighten the dining experience. It's scientifically proven to improve texture and the flavor of food, as well as the whole host of health benefits. I don't know why it's more healthy. It's something more people should know about and get to grips with. Many of the world's most popular foods are eaten with the hands. Think burgers, tacos, tortillas, wraps, wings. So why can't other foods be as well?
Well, because you eat those with forks.
You're going to eat less pasta and less other things if you don't have a shoveling in your mouth. You eat it
Look
smaller
how much food
bites.
they have on their plate.
Are we living in, I know that is a lot of food. That's my kind of restaurant. Are we living in the age where we are literally going to dissect every single thing we are currently doing to make sure we're doing it the way everybody thinks we should do it?
Yep.
I mean, it seems like everything right now is getting broken down to the nth degree.
He goes on to say the fork gets in the way and separates you from your senses.
Okay, well.
Never bothered me before.
I tell you what, I've eaten some great food with a fork. I'm not worried about it.
Would you guys try a human washing machine?
I got to see it.
Scientists in Japan.
I thought you meant a human that was doing the washing.
I pictured a girl in a tub moving around.
Like Coming to America?
Yeah.
Would you like to have your own bather?
I was like, hey, I want to see what it looks like first.
Scientists in Japan developing this right here, the human washing machine that cleans your body while playing a relaxing video chosen for you by artificial intelligence.
I got Rockstar. In my house, they call that a bathtub.
You're not fully immersed in the bathtub.
Now the project.
Damn it, Maggie! I told you never wash me on hot. I'm shrinking.
The project. It's dubbed Project Usiora. It's tipped to be completed by 2024 and debuted at the 2025 Osaka Expo.
It's just a bathtub.
It is a bathtub.
Now, its aim is to wash the mind as well as the body by creating the most comfortable experience possible for the occupier.
That does not look comfortable to me.
Current prototype has the user sit in a chair before it blasts them with water and micro bubbles that remove grime from the pores of their skin. Sensor is also attached to the chair that is connected to an electrocardiograph, which measures your heart rate.
Yeah, it's a hard pass. Generally, my showers last 5 to 8 minutes.
Mine are 15-ish on average.
Jeez.
Yeah, mine are about 5 to 8.
My wife's about 45.
No, Jennifer takes a while in the shower, too. How do you go 15 minutes in the shower? Do you not shrivel up?
Oh, I live
more than normal?
Lean my head against the wall. I think about life, think about the show.
Think about life in this show.
I do. I mean,
that's so weird.
The water just beating down on me. Sometimes I just think.
What'd you think about the show today in your
You know
shower?
what would be a good topic? You know what I thought?
Are you the Lester Burnham of showers?
What'd you think of today?
Today I thought, hey, we need to give our own Heisman list today. And
we haven't done that.
We won't do it today.
We got Buster coming up, so it was a wasted shower. At least you got clean.
No, I did other things. I got clean.
Other things.
So every year we get a Christmas story marathon on TNT and TBS.
Not a fan, by the way.
I'm not either.
Yeah,
very overrated.
I know
film.
it's a classic, but
yeah. You'll like this though, Brown.
Never seen it all the way through.
And National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation will each get 24-hour runs this November on TNT and TBS.
Both better movies than A Christmas Story.
TNT and TBS will be airing other holiday movies throughout November, including A Christmas Story, The Polar Express, Fred Claus, Four Christmases, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, and The Wizard of Oz.
Is it the How the Grinch Stole Christmas with Jim Carrey? Because that one's kind of weird to me.
I hated it. Yeah. I don't like most of these.
Did you say The Wizard of Oz?
Yeah.
That's not a Christmas movie.
That's treated like a Christmas movie.
Why?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either. Anyway, TBS will air Elf for 24 hours on Saturday, November 26th. So if you don't want to watch the Iron Bowl, you can watch Elf.
It starts to go bad for your team?
Yeah. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation will air for 24 hours on TNT on Sunday, November 27th.
You lose a lot in the TV version, by the way.
How much do you have to hate your coworker to pour bleach into his drink?
A lot. That's called
Look,
that's
I've
called
apologized
homicide.
to doing it to Jim. I don't know how many times I have to say I'm sorry, Lance.
Florida Dollar General employee has been arrested for allegedly pouring bleach into his coworker's drink after an argument. Jerome Ellis, as pictured right there.
Trust me, it's Pepsi Clear.
Jerome looks like his ears are running away from his chin.
Yeah, a little bit. He is a Dollar General employee, was arrested on charges of poisoning food or water and tampering with evidence after video surveillance showed Ellis pouring bleach into his coworker's can of Pepsi on Monday.
Oh, I got Pepsi right.
Ellis and the victim reportedly got into an argument the day before. The victim told police he believed Ellis was holding a grudge, you say. The man told deputies he placed a Pepsi he was drinking on a counter before going to the restroom. When he came back, took a drink from the can, it tasted like bleach.
It tastes like bleach.
When deputies arrived at the store, video surveillance showed Ellis pouring bleach into the Pepsi can while the victim was in the bathroom. When confronted about the video, Ellis told deputies that he put some cleaning solution around the brim of the drink to get back at the victim for being difficult to work with.
I mean, it's the logical solution.
Yeah.
You got to kill somebody for not
being
easy
difficult to work with, yeah. How much bleach do you have to drink to die, you reckon?
Not much.
Not much, but still, once you taste it, you're going to, if you take it a sip, I don't know if he's chugging his Pepsi, but it's a little bit of a specific taste.
Most Southerners do this, though. Oh, man, that tastes horrible.
I did that the other day to Jennifer, yeah. Yep, I did that. And she was like, no, I'm not going to do that.
So Americans now expect they're going to need $1.25 million to retire comfortably, according to a new study from Northwestern Mutual.
I think you're going to need more than that.
That figure represents a 20% increase from the 1.05 million respondents that respondents cited last year. That's not necessarily good news for individuals who have seen their retirement savings decline in the past year. Amid the persistent high inflation and market volatility, the average retirement nest egg has fallen 11% from last year.
I will never forget the first meeting. My wife and I sat down with our financial people, and they gave us the number we would need to retire at the age we wanted to retire. And you're like, that's a big number.
I know.
They're like, okay, well, you said you wanted to do all these things. So maybe, do you want to adjust or you just want to aim for that number? I'm like, let me get back with you on that one.
I don't know if we got a picture of this, Rocky, but authorities say missing Indonesian grandmother was swallowed whole by a 22-foot python over the weekend.
I've seen the pictures. I don't know if you want to see them.
Now, the family of the 54-year-old woman reported her missing after they say she went to collect rubber on a plantation.
Who doesn't?
Batara Jambi police chief said they were told that the husband went to look for her. He only found sandals, jacket, headscarf, and knife.
Oh, he undressed her, too.
According to the chief, 2 days later, she disappeared. Search party found a python with a large bulge in its stomach. Police chief told the Times of India a woman was found in the snake's stomach and that her body appeared to be largely intact.
Yeah, I read this story. Or you may have it. Go ahead. Is that all in the story?
Well, it just says after splitting the snake's belly by residents, it turned out the woman was actually in the snake.
Yeah, they drugged the snake back to the village, apparently, cut it open, and there was Granny in the snake.
Man, I will just tell you, watching them drag the snake back, that snake is gigantic. It's like the one in the movie.
300 pounds is what they said it weighed,
without
the woman in it.
I don't understand that she was undressed, though, for it.
Yeah, I don't either. And it also, the initial story said she was eaten alive. So
she could have been passed out.
Well, I'm assuming perhaps she fell and injured herself and was immobile, and the snake, kind of pounced on that.
Maybe she had a heart attack.
I don't want to go. I don't want to go Law and Order here, but
you think the guy killed her and stuffed her in the snake?
I think somebody did something to Granny and killed her, and then the snake ate her.
Grandma got eaten by a python. Is that a new song?
It's a great song.
It's an Indonesian version.
And finally,
because why is she undressed and she's got the sandals off?
She wasn't completely undressed, and I'm sure the snake spit the sandals out. I want to eat that.
A groom was gunned down in Mexico just moments after tying the knot over the weekend.
Oh, that's sad.
This is a tragic case of mistaken identity amid the region's ongoing cartel wars.
Are bad.
Are you still mad?
Man, we'll get you something good.
Yes, my bad.
Marco Contreras, 32 years old, was leaving his wedding ceremony around 5 p.m. local time on Saturday when he was struck by multiple bullets. Witnesses later say the shots came from a single unidentified man who ran away down the street. Groomsmen chased him and beat him to death, it says here. I'm kidding. Made that up. That'd have been a good vigilante, right?
Yeah. Get it. Totally did that.
Video footage shows his new wife being escorted away from the church in hysterics, her white wedding dress stained with blood.
I mean, awful.
Yeah, Antonio's sister, Michelle, was also shot in the back. She was treated at a hospital, released later. They do say that the bullets were intended for somebody else.
The Mexican
Everybody
drug
put down your
cartels.
cervezas and let's chase this guy down.
The old Mexican drug cartels are a little bit of a handful, aren't they?
They are armed and dangerous. And that is Trash Today, brought to you by
our friends at Mortgage Right. They've got a game-changing new offer that will shift the way you view home shopping. Put your best foot forward with their upfront underwriting program. Mortgage Right's team of underwriters will look over your application to determine how much home you can buy. They will issue a pre-approval letter, which will set you apart from other buyers to prove to sellers that you mean business. Mortgage Right's upfront underwriting program will help you home shop with confidence, no hassle, no hang-ups, only happy home buyers. Just get pre-approved with Mortgage Right before you start home shopping. Fast-track your home buying journey today at mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
You know, maybe the snake story did something to your appetite, but maybe that appetite's going to come back. You want to lose some weight. Way to Wellness can help you out. Way to Wellness. The website's aplanforme.com. It's a very simple website. Just type in aplanforme.com, and you'll find out why Leslie and her board-certified team are the best at helping you get your weight under control, your blood pressure under control, your cholesterol under control, and in check. Healthy living with our friends at Way to Wellness. Leslie and her board-certified team will see you with a free consultation. There's no contracts. There's no sign-up fees. And it is absolutely a wonderful way to lose weight in 2023. Sign up now right there with our friends at Way to Wellness, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Back in a moment.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490, stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. Fall weather is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all three phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The Next Round golf cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99, or get the Next Round Deluxe golf cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Cowan Equipment poll questions. Before we get to Rockstar's viewing menu, Brown will update us on the one that was out yesterday. It's brought to you by the great folks at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
So we were talking about upsets and ask you the most likely upset you're going to see in college football this weekend. And 41% of you think it's West Virginia over TCU.
Wow.
35% of you think it is Kentucky over Tennessee. 15% of you think it is Penn State over Iowa State, and only 9% think Florida over Georgia.
Well, it's not that big of a surprise when you think about the numbers, only 7.5 right now with TCU. I mean, that's by far the lowest of those.
And everybody just, I shouldn't say everyone, a lot of people think TCU is living on borrowed time because of how close they've been playing these games.
Yeah, including me.
Forrester, if you can give me the Georgia schedule first, couple of observations here. Georgia's schedule and then the little on Will Levis. But the rest of Georgia's schedule here, Florida, Tennessee, at Mississippi State, at Kentucky, and Georgia Tech at home there. We're to the good stuff now, the Georgia schedule. After Oregon, their schedule has been pretty blah, but Florida, Tennessee, at Mississippi State, at Kentucky, that's a nice little stretch there where Georgia's got to prove themselves.
Yeah, I would say Tennessee, Mississippi State, Kentucky, that's the stretch. The bookends of Florida and Georgia Tech do nothing for me.
Yeah, so that's a good part of the schedule here.
It is the best part of their schedule.
I wonder if this is one of those years where Georgia's not even excited to play Florida, and they're so flat that it ends up being a decent game because they're really looking ahead to that Tennessee matchup.
Well, to me, it's Anthony Richardson who could have, if he goes out and has a great game, the Zach Calzada kind of game, he could go out there, and he's such a dynamic player that he can make this game interesting.
He could.
He just doesn't do it on a regular basis.
Yeah, I mean, he's very inconsistent. He can make some critical mistakes for you, but he can also make some massive plays. Did it against LSU, did it in a losing effort on the road at Tennessee. He'll have to have the game of his life. I mean, he'll have to have a monumental Anthony Richardson game to beat Georgia. Yeah. I just don't see it.
That team still beat Utah, so we'll see how that works out this weekend at the cocktail party. Kentucky at Tennessee, where the Vols will be in their Halloween colors. There's even talk of them checkerboarding the end zone, orange and black, for the Halloween colors. If you want to see the uniforms, they're out there every it includes black pants. But here is an observation from Kentucky Sports Radio about Will Levis. Kentucky is an underdog with Will Levis at the quarterback. He is 4-2 straight up. He's 6-0 against the spread, and that's against number 10 Florida, number 1 Georgia, rivalry game with Louisville, number 12 Florida, number 14 Ole Miss, and number 16 Mississippi State, where he is 4-2 outright, 6-0 against the spread.
I fully expect him to play well. His best game of the year Saturday.
The only one that really got away from him was that game at Georgia, and they were a 21-point dog. That was the one where they scored late to cover, though, right? Is that the one he's talking about?
The thing about this, though, Tennessee's 130th versus the pass, giving up 330 yards per game. If you go back last year, Will Levis threw for 372 and 3 touchdowns on this Tennessee defense.
Yeah, and this Tennessee defense gives up passing yardage. I mentioned it with Anthony Richardson. Every semi-conscious quarterback that has played this Tennessee defense has had a day. But they won all those games. I mean, to their credit, their offense is able to overcome that.
Before Rockstar does his viewing menu, Jim Dunaway from the Next Round made a point that how many plays will Tennessee get to run? They only ran 70 against Alabama. Alabama ran 83, 70 for Tennessee. Obviously, Kentucky wants to shrink this game down running Chris Rodriguez.
What did Mississippi State get, 42?
86, I think.
No, State against Kentucky. At Kentucky. I think they only ran 42. Yeah. Time of possession was 40-20. They can do that to Tennessee. Yeah. Alabama is not built to do that, but they are. Kentucky is.
We'll see how that works out in Knoxville. All right, New Life Art brings us Rockstar's viewing menu today.
Hey, New Life Art, proud to offer very limited editions of the Daniel A. Moore Classic painting, the top of the line. Order now to secure this new addition to your national championship collection. Top of the line features Alabama running back Major Ogilvie leaping for a touchdown against the Arkansas Razorbacks during that 1980 Sugar Bowl, securing Alabama's 11th national championship. All orders received by 11/18/22 will be autographed by Major Ogilvie at no additional charge. You got to place that order. Go to danielmooreart.com for more information.
I got one for Josh Pate today. Netflix has a new show called Earthstorm. Storm chasers, survivors, and first responders recount their harrowing experiences with volcanoes, tornadoes, hurricanes, and earthquakes.
Volcanoes is a weird thing to include.
If you had to chase one of those, which ones would it be?
Well, I would chase the volcano. It can't move.
So I'm faster than the volcano.
Yeah, I think I'd
you're
roll
going to
the
be
dice
chasing
on
it
the
when it's
volcano.
active, by the way.
Well, I feel like that lava, though. I mean, I feel like I can stay, a good pace ahead of the lava.
It's an overrated hot, too.
What, the lava is?
Yeah,
you don't really
it's
think
like
of
106 degrees or something like that. Then on Peacock, National Lampoon's Animal House from 1978. Does it still hold up?
I don't think so. I think I'm in the minority, but I watched it again a few months ago, and it wasn't nearly as good as it used to be.
Some of Belushi. It's all Belushi. And then 10:35 on Jimmy Kimmel Live, his guest tonight, it looks like the old Moon character from those McDonald's ads, Quentin Tarantino. I'm just not a big fan.
Of Tarantino?
Yeah.
I don't like his movies.
I liked Hateful Eight. Just wasn't a big fan of Django.
I thought Django was great.
DiCaprio was great in Django, but that's about it.
Yeah, it's another one of those where I like the role, didn't like the movie.
I think Tarantino does some really good stuff.
But it's so interesting. What I like about Tarantino is he knows exactly who he wants. When he wanted a plantation owner, he said, "I want Don Johnson." That's what he said. And he's like, this was written for Don Johnson.
Well, and Jonah Hill's also in that, which is really
crazy.
Funny. But Tarantino, much like Steven Spielberg, they find certain guys that they like in other material, like Robert Forster. I mean, I don't want to say reinvented his career. He did that for Travolta in Pulp Fiction, but Forster in Jackie Brown was nominated for an Academy Award, and that guy was MIA.
Right. That's what Rockstar is watching tonight, brought to you by our friends at New Life. We'll get to Buster Olney. He is up next. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
You can go find them right there off I-65 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters wants to remind you that if you've got that old firearm you're not using anymore, maybe you purchased a new one for last Christmas or something like that, hunting firearms, they don't just sit around and collect dust and fall into disrepair. If you're thinking straight, you take them to Nichols Outfitters. Find out what they'll give you for your old firearm. You may just be able to sell it to them. Drop by and talk to the team at Nichols. I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. NicholsOutfitters.com. Buster Olney is next.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate. Growing to serve you.
The Next Round Golf Cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99. Or get the Next Round Deluxe Golf Cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round Golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Cinderella versus the big bad Astros. That's what we get starting tomorrow night in Game 1 of the World Series. And maybe, just maybe, it's the last time we see one of the greats, Justin Verlander, in the World Series. Let's talk a little baseball with Buster Olney.
All right, our buddy, ESPN's Buster Olney, joins us each week, courtesy of ATIX, AAATix.com, 822-7382. Your ticket inside Tiger Stadium for Alabama LSU next week down in Baton Rouge, or Jordan-Hare Stadium this week for Auburn, Arkansas, right there at ATIX, 822-7382. Never too early to start thinking about Iron Bowl tickets as well, coming up at the end of November. Buster with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's going on, Buster? How are you?
I'm doing well, all packed up, ready to go. Got a flight later today down to Houston, getting fired up for the World Series.
Yeah, for those that don't know, Buster, part of the radio crew, so those of you out riding around, check it out, ESPN Radio, you'll hear Buster there.
You know, Buster, for me, the most entertaining World Series was 2017, where the Astros stole that one from the Dodgers. But because of the outcome, it wasn't my favorite. Do you have a favorite, most entertaining World Series that you have covered?
Yeah, I mean, if I set aside my personal biases, where when I was a kid, 11 years old, I got to my first real World Series memories, Red Sox and Reds, Carlton Fisk home run. That was really fun. My Dodger fandom ended in the fall of 1988, which was perfect because Kirk Gibson's home run. That was really cool. The most enjoyable World Series was 2011. Between the Rangers and the Cardinals and that amazing comeback in Game 6. And what's interesting about that World Series, it was kind of a dog in the first 5 games. But the Game 6, I think you can make a case as the greatest game ever played. You know, what happened the next day, that was a great World Series. So David Freese, everything he did in Game 6, just crazy when you go back and look at the details.
Yeah, I mean, the Rangers were one strike away from winning their only championship ever, right?
Right, and a ball was hit to Nelson Cruz playing right field. We'll always wonder, if it was a different right fielder, the Rangers win the World Series right there. How different will their lives be? It was their second straight World Series that the Rangers had played in. Would Ron Washington still be their manager? Would John Daniels still be their general manager? That it felt like it changed so much. And on the other hand, David Freese became one of the great October heroes of all time.
Chances the Phillies can win this thing for you? What has to go right for Bryce Harper and the crew to keep this magical run going?
Yeah, and I mean, look, the Astros are heavy favorites because when you look at how they pitched so far in this postseason, guys, if you look at the numbers for the entire staff, it's the equivalent in terms of strikeout rate and ERA and hits per 9 innings of peak Pedro Martinez, 99-2000. That's what the Astros pitching staffs have collectively done so far in this postseason. They obviously have a terrific lineup. They have a good defense. So they will go into it as heavy favorites. We know this about the Phillies. They've got a great number 1, great number 2 starter. Zach Wheeler will start game 2. Aaron Nola will go game 1. We know they have an excellent lineup with experienced hitters who can go for power. The X factor for me is their bullpen. During the regular season, they were 23rd out of 30 teams in ERA. In the postseason, they've been a run better in terms of how their efficiency has been. If the Phillies are going to have a chance, the bullpen has to continue to perform really well.
ESPN's Buster Olney with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He is presented each week by ATIX, AAATix.com, 822-7382. Remainder of the Alabama and Auburn home games right there at ATIX, 822-7382. Buster will be in Houston for Game 1 tomorrow night on ESPN Radio. If I did this right, Verlander, I think, is starting on 8 days rest. That is not common. Is that a concern or not a concern?
No, I don't think it's a concern for the old guys, right? When you get the young guys, 24, 25, 26, I mean, Justin Verlander at the beginning of his career probably would have been driven crazy by having all that time off because he's such a creature of habit, and that's the way starting pitchers usually are. But when you're talking about old guys, I think they take the rest over any concerns about their routine. And look, if the Astros wind up winning the World Series, they're going to be the personification of an argument against, people who say all the time off really works against players. The Astros got a first-round bye. They rolled through their first series. They rolled through their second series, and they haven't missed a beat. They played great all along.
You said, I think it was last week on our show, if Aaron Boone can get this to 6 games in the ALCS, he should be manager of the year. If I would have told you before the ALCS that Alvarez and Altuve have 1 hit apiece through 3 games, you would have said the Yankees maybe win this series?
At no point did I ever think the Astros were going to lose this series. I got to be honest with you. Alvarez, he was a human for 4 games, right? And it turned out that Alex Bregman stepped up and he had a great series. Other guys in that series stepped up. I thought the Yankees were completely overmatched, which is why, guys, now in New York, there's all kinds of debate on talk radio about, Aaron Boone and he should be fired. The Yankee fans want him out. Mariano Rivera did an event, I think it was yesterday, and speaking in Spanish, he basically said, yeah, he shouldn't be the manager anymore of the team. And I'm sitting there going, wait a second. The Yankees won 99 games during the regular season. They have all these injuries, DJ LeMahieu, Andrew Benintendi, about half of their bullpen. Aroldis Chapman goes AWOL. And you really think against this Astros team that one or two decisions by Aaron Boone would have made a difference? It's kind of silly to me, but that's where the conversation is in New York around the Yankees and the Mets, for that matter.
I know you're a baseball guy, but you're also very realistic. This time off this week seemed like it would have been a great opportunity for Major League Baseball to have, it's the World Series and not have to compete with any football at all. We're obviously in the South, so football is so big down here. Is it a concern nationally for television ratings and everything that it's a Friday, Saturday, then back at it on Monday, whenever we're doing these games, that football is out there this time of year?
Yeah, well, let's face it. In the past, they would start the World Series midweek most of the time, but because of the length of the lockout and had to squeeze the schedule in, they wound up, arranging it so that they would start on Friday, and that was done with their broadcast partner, Fox. Now, if they knew everything that, with benefit of 2020 hindsight, if they knew those series would be done sooner, I bet you they would have started midweek, right? Just like they have in the past. But it is what it is in 2022 because the labor situation, because of how Fox and MLB worked out their schedule. They worked with a broadcast partner. I've had a lot of people ask me, look, with Major League Baseball, could they have moved it up to Wednesday or Thursday? That's not what Fox and MLB scheduled. And they really can't do that stuff last minute to completely juggle what they had talked about months ago.
I think what happened was Rob Manfred was like, wait a minute, you're telling me Buster's still on the next round in October?
Yes.
That's a football show, and they got Buster still on in October?
We're doing okay.
We're doing okay.
We're doing okay in football country. I was just being selfish because Tuesday and Wednesday, I was dying to watch the World Series.
Right.
Yes.
I know. And I think everyone was in the rhythm of that. And the Phillies are such a great story. And I personally think, and I know most people in America are rooting against the Astros because of what happened in 2017 with the sign stealing scandal, but they're a great team. And in fairness to those guys, it's mostly a completely different cast than the team in 2017.
Buster, you know this. Even just casual baseball fans can recognize Dusty Baker when the camera shows him. Rob Thompson could walk through this studio and I wouldn't know him.
I'm not sure I would right now.
The Phillies manager, but this guy took over and it was a heck of a turnaround after Girardi. Was it just great timing? Did this guy do something to turn this franchise around and turn them into a World Series team?
What's great about Rob Thompson manifested for this group of players at a perfect time. And that is how calm he is. I had a conversation. Brian Snitker, the Braves manager, was on my podcast last week. And I asked him, I said, when you see what Rob Thompson's doing, does it kind of remind you of your own journey? And he was like, absolutely. Because it's not like Brian Snitker was some major league star. He was someone who was in an organization for a long time, incredibly respected, great relationships with people, and he ascended. Rob Thompson was that with the Yankees. When I covered the team, Rob was the guy who organized the spring training workouts under Joe Torre, and all the players loved him. They always talked about how professional he was, how on time he was. When Aaron Boone got the job over Rob after the 2017 season, Rob's feeling internally was, you know what, if I'm not going to be picked as manager of the Yankees, I'm not going to be a manager, and that's okay. I'll go on. And he went on to be a coach for Joe Girardi. But Girardi gets fired. He moves into that spot, and suddenly, what Rob brings to the table, which is his very, very direct, very simple, very monotone approach. He has the shortest press conferences of any manager I've ever seen because he answers every question in about 2 sentences. Then it was exactly what the Phillies need, according to the players.
So Wheeler and Nola, they've got to be elite in their starts to have any chance for Philadelphia. But that lineup, outside of Bryce Harper, who's the X factor offensively for Philadelphia?
Gene Segura. He hits velocity, guys. He can hit a fastball. And, for him to be batting 8th in that lineup, because they get guys on base, he's going to have opportunity. and he's going to put the ball in play. And that's the guy, it feels like is written all over him, the potential for, a guy who's going to have a big moment in the postseason. I don't know if you guys saw this. I haven't, I'm not down in Houston, so I haven't had a chance to ask him about it. All the Phillies players got on the team plane, and they're flying down to Houston, and, they have suits, the usual. Gene Segura was like a 10-year-old getting ready for his first Little League game. Guys, he got on the team plane in full uniform. Okay? And I don't know if that was because he had a photo shoot or some interview or something. Maybe there was something else, but that also fits his personality. He loves to play.
It's hard to believe that the ballpark at Union Station, Enron, whatever we called it back then, is now 22 years old at Minute Maid Park.
Is it really?
Yeah,
Wow.
built in 2000.
I'm surprised.
So you tell me, do you like that ballpark? What do you like about it down there? And the fans are fantastic.
Yeah. And I was there in the first game that ever played. The Yankees actually played an exhibition game in there against the Astros, who were a National League team at that time. Yeah, I like it. It's got its quirks, a little bit like it's like a mini Fenway, because left field, the Crawford boxes are kind of a joke, but you see hitters occasionally flip a ball in there. It has its own personality. I don't think anybody's going to confuse the Astros fans with Phillies fans, but they're really good.
Yeah.
They have a ton of enthusiasm in that park. I would put the over-under, or I would attempt to put an over-under on the number of brawls we're going to see between fans during this World Series, but it's going to be probably higher than I ever thought.
Oh, wow.
All right, we want to do this now because there is a chance of a 4-game or 5-game series that might not afford us the opportunity to talk to Buster again. We love it when we get feedback on our guest. You guys universally love Buster, so we want to thank you, Buster. Maybe we do this again next week, but in case we don't, thank you so much for coming on this year. It is always fun to talk to you.
Oh, it's always fun to talk with you guys. I love your passion, and having gone to college and lived in Nashville for a lot of years, I feel like I'm going home talking to you guys.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, I'm glad you mentioned Nashville, and I apologize for ending the interview and then starting it back. A buddy of mine that grew up in Brentwood up there, or not Brentwood, where is it? Anyway, he grew up there, said that the plans are they're building the new Dome Stadium, but where the current Nissan Stadium is, they plan on going ahead and building the baseball stadium there, or at least having the land for it. Do you think Nashville is on the short clock for a major league team?
Yes. And no one has said this to me. This is just pure speculation on my part, based on my conversations with people. Once they figure out a ballpark for the Rays, once they figure out a ballpark for Oakland, for the Athletics, then they're going to open it up for expansion, and Nashville will be the number one team on that list.
Yeah, it looks like they've already got the plans, obviously, for the baseball stadium there next to the football stadium just across the river, which is fantastic.
Or they could just move my Rays right there to Nashville. It's an easier drive for me. Yes.
Thank you, awesome. Buster. Enjoyed the World Series. Hopefully we'll talk to you next Thursday.
That sounds great. Thanks, guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. ESPN's Buster Olney with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He joins us courtesy of ATEX. Listen, there are games left on the Alabama and Auburn schedule. Basketball starting up. You're going to need help with ATEX. 822-7382. 822-7382 or AAATEX.com. I have now asked one half of our guests today a Nashville stadium question. It's a weird thing I'm hung up on these stadiums in Nashville. I can't explain it. I love Nashville.
I like Nashville, too. Again, I was in an Uber last night, and my guy was telling me, he was like, 280's really bad tonight. He was like, but people that bitch about 280, they haven't been to Nashville
It's
lately.
awful. Atlanta is still the king, and Chattanooga per capita is the king of kings in traffic. But
Nashville's going to approach Atlanta one day.
Nashville's pretty bad. Nashville's pretty bad.
We never did it, but remember when we talked, I tried to say, let's take our show to Nashville. Let's do our, let's move to a station in Nashville.
Yep.
And you guys quickly voted it down. Now, y'all were at a different place with your kids, and I think I was going to move and leave my family here. Maggie was all about it.
There was
I was like, Maggie, I'll go up there on Sunday nights and I'll come home Friday evenings.
She was like, please, I'll help you pack.
Sounds fantastic.
So there was as I remember it, there was a show opening there, or there was rumored to be a show opening there, right?
I think that's right.
And there were some feelers that were kind of stretched out there to see if there was interest from us.
That we would go to Nashville, but still be broadcast in Birmingham?
I can't remember all the details. It's been a minute.
Yeah.
But I do remember saying, Dunaway, I cannot move to Nashville. And I think Lance said the same thing.
Yeah, without kids. I mean, like if I had no kids, I'd go to Nashville.
I love Nashville.
Yeah, I was like, let's do it, man. Let's go to Nashville.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pro town, though. I mean, there's a lot of Vols there, but Nashville's very much a pro town. The Titans are the big thing there.
Would have been the worst thing we ever done. We would have gone up there, and we would have been doing so much Titans, so much Predators, and then people would be like, what they do with Feinbaum now. Feinbaum's show sucks because
he sold out.
He sold out to ESPN. It would have been like, the round table sucks. They sold out to Nashville, blah, 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 blah. They rarely talk football anymore. They're always talking hockey. They never used to talk hockey.
I wouldn't mind, like in Nashville, being able to just talk about all the NFL, but having to focus so much on the Titans would wear on me. Like, that's one thing I love about our state is we get to focus on two major college football teams.
Yeah, but
I think we do it the same way we do it here. We talk a lot of Alabama, Auburn, but we talk a lot of other college football.
Yeah, I mean, we really do not talk that much Alabama and Auburn, relatively speaking, to most local shows.
Literally half our guests today are Auburn.
This is a weird day.
Tomorrow we'll have two guests. Three guests. Two of them will be Alabama.
Yeah, it's during football season, though.
It's okay.
I mean, we talk some. It's not like we are around one of the greatest dynasties of all time, and according to some of you, one of the biggest dumpster fires of all time. So that's going to get some time on the show, no matter if we're doing it in Jackson or Nashville.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I didn't mean to sidetrack us there, but yeah. We did not go to Nashville. Moral of the story, we stayed here, right?
You got to stop apologizing so much.
For what?
I'm the apologist on the show. You've apologized for stopping and restarting the interview, for doing too many Nashville Stadium questions, now for sidetracking the store. Yeah. Three apologies in the last 4 minutes.
I'm sorry, Jim.
You're usually so unapologetic.
I know. Sorry.
The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Hemp Hill Services LT. Tell us about Hemp Hill, and tell us how we can get the lock every day.
Very simple. Gave you another free winner last night with the Heat. All you got to do is go to lanceslock.com. We will give you a free winner every single night. We've got 3 plays up tonight, including side on the NFL game, side on Washington State, Utah. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That's Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Let me see if I can do all of this. Daniel, I need some Premier League talk. My Tottenham team got screwed with an offside call yesterday. It wasn't offsides. Bama fan 1972, I can handle some hockey talk. He says, go Penguins. How about Lightning with a big win last night, 4-2 against the Ducks on TNT. They do a really good job with the broadcast.
Hockey's on TNT?
Yeah, I was up late night watching that. And their intermission shows, they try to make it like Barkley and them, their show. They're very fun, high-energy, energetic guys.
So it's the Canadian Barkley, basically?
They're doing it out of Atlanta, but yes.
Well, I bet it's a bunch of Canadians doing it out of Atlanta.
It's former hockey players. And
they're
such.
Canadians then.
Yeah, so that's that was it was Champions League. You're right, Kerry. It was a tournament. It was out of Premier League, but it was a Premier League team that was playing.
Dunaway was going to try to flex his muscles there, and he completely fumbled.
No. It's a Premier League team. It wasn't a league game.
Wow.
All right. So when we come back, more college football, but Rockstar's 4 downs in the next segment. We'll get to that and have a little fun with that. These may be the 4 best questions Rockstar's ever sent. I love these last night.
How about that, right?
Have you looked at them yet?
I did. I saw them last night.
He never does.
When he sent them,
You never do.
Just last week, I sent a emoji reply, my answer for everyone.
That's
I got
true.
no response.
He did do that.
Because it was like 3 or 4 texts later. I didn't know that you were answering.
Well, I didn't read
questions.
them. I didn't read it. So sometimes we just don't read it. That's
so
what I'm
last
saying.
night I did not reply to them, but I saw them and I really enjoyed them.
Give me a hint of one.
Especially question number 1. One of them is, what do we waste money on? Is that one of them?
No.
Nope. I don't think so.
Nope. Oh, no. That's going to be my mystery 5th hour question.
Okay. Tease there.
Yeah. God, he's
dialed in.
No.
These probably the best 4 you've ever done.
So awesome, right?
No, I remember seeing them last night and thinking they were really good. I'm trying to think what they are now. It's not what we waste money
on? Did your memory
Nope.
get scared out of you last night?
It's not what we waste money on?
Nope. That is the 3rd time you've asked, and I've said no.
You want to reconsider?
Permission to treat him hostile. We are back in a moment on the show that's being brought to you today by Rockstar's guy. It's Adam Mestre.
Bear with me.
Oh, okay. You can do this, Rockstar. You can do it.
Of the almost 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, Adam is in the top 8% of those agents. He is a 3rd-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You and a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Yeah, very good.
Gutting it out, man. Gutting it out, right, Star?
Emotional.
It was the last
Gutting
one.
it out.
It was the last one I liked a lot. This is going to be a fun answer
Yeah,
when we
the
come
last
back right here on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
The Next Round Golf Cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99, or get the Next Round Deluxe Golf Cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round Golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions, and the cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
Thank you to the great folks at Warehouse 31, right off of Highway 31 in Pelham. Taylor Korn, our social media director, Kelsey and I, and the fine folks from Blakely's Bouquets right there in Homewood. Nice of Shelby to show up in a Faye Dunaway shirt as we're going into a haunted house. We went down there and did the haunted house experience. The great thing about Shelby and I, who went through that together, is neither one of us like to be scared or like haunted houses. But yet it was her idea. But we went and did it. You will see videos soon on our social media platform, and then a long form later on our video platforms. But thank you to Warehouse 31 for opening up their horror last night. 2 different experiences, and one of them came with some very haunting smells in them as well.
What is a haunting smell, Jim?
It just smelled like death in a couple of the rooms.
It
smelled
haunting.
bad.
I thought you were going to say feet.
It smelled bad. Bad. But it was very authentic smelling in a couple of them. But it was a good time down there, and that's why I'm not rock star hoarse today, but I'm a little hoarse today because I was screaming.
Like legitimately screaming.
Yeah, this is...
I've heard it described as like a little girl.
Yeah, I mean, my screams were higher pitched than Shelby's. And no joke, one time Rockstar, like I'm gripping her shoulder, we're walking through it together. So I've got her shoulder where I'm sort of pushing her through the next door first so that she would get the jump scare.
So manly.
Yeah.
You go first.
But I was so nervous and didn't realize what was going on. One time when I pulled my hand away, it had like a handful of her hair.
Oh my God.
In my hand that I'd been squeezing it so much I'd pulled the hair out of her head.
See, as a kid, I was terrified. And I'm talking about like when I was 4 and 5 years old of going through those things. But it doesn't do a lot for me now.
Yeah, I don't like jump scares. And sadly, there's a bunch of them in there.
Yeah.
But
hey, you didn't get a cardiac.
It was a good time. And it did feel like, it felt like it was a Friday night. It felt like we were in high school again Friday night after a football game. We'd gone to a football game, and then we were at the haunted house. It felt like it was the time you needed to be at the haunted house last night.
A guy I went to high school with punched a guy at the haunted forest in Jacksonville, and that was bad news.
Well, it does say don't hit.
Oh, this guy.
That's my reflex is don't hit.
Okay, so it specifies you can't hit it.
Yeah. So, all right, that's coming soon. Part of the show being brought to you today by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg Nelson. If your house is haunted, he'd fix that roof too. But yeah, most of your houses aren't haunted, but he wants to take care of the roof in your house. Greg from Pell City, he's been doing it for a long time, over 20 years, locally owned Storm Restoration Roofing, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. They offer the best warranty. I mean, the warranties are important when it comes to a good roof. He's got the best in the business. Insurance companies trust him. That's a more likely yes from your insurance company. In fact, with Rockstar, he helped Rockstar. I mean, what, $10,000 he helped you save?
Yeah, he did, and he painted my nursery.
Yeah, and he painted your nursery.
Yeah.
That's a special offer that Greg has going for you right now.
But off the menu.
For a free no-cost inspection, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. There's nobody better in the business than Greg from Pell City. You can look him up on Facebook, too, Storm Restoration Roofing. Football tonight, 3 games. Which one are you most excited in? Is it easy? Utah and Washington State?
That's it.
Not for me. I'm really interested in the Ravens and the Bucks.
Yeah, Ravens and Bucks. So 4 games if we count the NFL. I'm obviously interested in the Ravens Bucks, but of the college game, Utah and Washington State. Washington State, though, screwing up their helmet. I only like script on the Gator and the UCLA helmets. They're putting Wazoo in script.
Yeah, I think that's old school.
Yeah. So that's what they're rolling with tonight in that game. We're rolling right now to Rockstar's 4 Downs today, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
I had met up with the guys from Vulcan Tire and Automotive yesterday. I actually went to the Hoover location 2 days ago, saw the guys last night. They're excited about the new Pell City location, which should be done here in the next couple of weeks. Anything you need, bumper to bumper, from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more, they can handle it for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Ketchup disappears from Earth. What are you dipping your fries in now?
Nothing changes for me.
Can I answer?
Barbecue sauce.
Barbecue
Best
sauce.
condiment out there. Yep.
I can do barbecue sauce, but
Mayonnaise
I like
for you.
mayonnaise. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about queso? Have you ever done queso?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I have done queso. There's a.
I told you about Taco Bell last night.
There is a local.
The nacho fry.
Yep. There's a local burger joint, also near this studio, that does queso with fries.
I get tired sometimes of eating wings. Our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings, we go there a lot after golf. The Chelsea location is one of our proud sponsors. So this past week, they have this. Basically, it's like nachos, but it's instead of chips, it's tater tots.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right. So I got them to make them extra crispy tater tots, and then it had pulled pork and all the toppings on it. That was really, really good. On my French fries, though, back in the high school days, used mustard a lot.
Gross.
Yeah, I'm not a big. I could do ranch. I'm not a big ranch guy, but I could do ranch. I could even do your favorite blue cheese on a fry.
Wow.
Does anyone here the ones that pour the ketchup directly on the fries?
Nope. Dip in it only. They get soggy if you pour it on the fries.
I do that.
Yeah.
I squirt it on the side.
I'll tell you. Sometimes that's the liquid that comes out first instead of the ketchup.
I did about 20 times because of my anxiety before the haunted house yesterday. I did it.
Oh my God!
I mean,
He's
I
doing
just sometimes wonder. Hey, so I was in a restaurant one time that did not have barbecue sauce, so I had to settle for Heinz 57.
Oh, that's good.
Good on a burger and fries too.
Yeah, I believe that. I'll tell you what's good too: Hamburger Heaven sauce on fries.
Yeah.
Second down.
I like any sauce. Like come back. Oh, I'll tell you what. There's another burger joint that's got that spicy sauce and they shoestring fries.
Yeah,
I like that too.
You know, Sterling at Champy's got that sauce, that chicken sauce. That'd
honey,
be good
honey
on a fry.
mustard's good on
Yes,
fries.
sir.
I like honey mustard too.
What is the worst alcoholic drink?
Oh, there's a few. For me, I don't like the gin and tonic. That's just me personally.
Right.
You know,
I don't think I've ever had one.
There was a moment I liked the gin and tonic, but there's something about gin is that aftertaste sticks with you.
I like one Bloody Mary, but the second one, I'm like, why did I do this?
I never finish a Bloody Mary. I make it halfway through it. I like it for
Do you
like.
put like the strip of bacon in it and everything?
Maggie and I are the perfect breakfast couple because she's always debating between the Bloody Mary and the mimosa. And I always say, I'm going to get a Bloody Mary, you get the mimosa, and then I 2 or 3 sips of it.
Yeah,
And then
Bloody
she
Mary's
finishes the Bloody
basically
Mary.
just drinking barbecue sauce. Essentially, is what it tastes like to me.
Tomato juice. They're spiced up tomato juice.
Yeah, barbecue sauce, and I can do like maybe half of it.
Yeah, vodka and Red Bull, too much for me. I'll do it like if I'm in Vegas on a third night and I've got to push forward.
Well, I never thought about it. The only time I've ever had it is with Barkley over at the Cuckoo, one SEC championship, and I was going back to mix my third one. And God, this had to be 10 years ago. And I was old then, apparently, because he says, at your age, I wouldn't keep drinking that vodka and Red Bull.
I love Charles.
Yeah. And I was like, why? He's like, your heart's going to explode.
I see over there Jaeger. I like Jaeger, believe it or not.
I don't know if I've ever had Jaeger.
I also like NyQuil, too, and it's a little bit of the same. Long Island iced tea, I never liked them, Brown.
Yeah, my daughter asked me what that was the other day. She saw it on the menu, and I was like, it's basically the suicide of alcohol. They just put a bunch of crap in there.
And I never liked it.
Yeah. Our agents, who we've been with for more than a decade now, have saved our career numerous times, and we owe them a ton. And they are phenomenal people. But they both drink a thing called a Sapphire and what is it? Sapphire and tonic? Is that what they drink?
A gin and tonic.
Is that gin and tonic?
Sapphire's
is that what that is?
a high-end gin.
Never knew that. Yeah. So one time I was asking them about it, and they ordered me one when we were having dinner.
As I said, gin and tonic's not good.
Lance was right. Gin and tonic is not on my list. I did not realize that was gin.
It's a very dry gin, isn't it?
Yeah,
Sapphire?
you know, one of the first. It was Beefeater was one of the first times I got drunk as a teenager. And you wake up and your mouth is like a pine tree.
Yeah. Paul, Dr. Pepper and Fireball is incredible. Is
woo?
Is
that sounds like a lot.
Is that what a flaming Dr. Pepper is?
No.
I had that in College Station.
I think that's Amaretto or something.
Okay.
I don't even think they make those anymore because somebody burned up.
Now I've heard Fireball is good, like for Rockstar. Like if you got chest congestion and all that, and like throat congestion, and you have to talk or sing, that Fireball will clean that up right quick.
We call it birdie juice on the golf course.
Fireball?
Yeah. Anytime anybody gets a birdie, we shoot Fireball.
Wow.
Third down.
What was a good song that you now hate because it was overplayed?
A good song that
I don't know if it was ever a good song, but when it first came out, Astronaut in the Ocean.
Oh, that was really good.
I thought it was entertaining, and then they played it nonstop.
Somebody I used to know. First time I heard that, I was like,
"Gotcha."
That was a good. That's a
and
good song.
Wore it out,
Man,
and then they played it so much.
This new Sting song's great.
Oh, I haven't heard it.
No, that's what they thought that was Sting.
Back in the day,
they thought Goodyear was Sting.
Yeah. And I would have said like some classic songs like Stairway to Heaven, Hotel California, but I don't listen to them as much anymore, or I haven't heard it in so long. But those songs, back when I used to listen to Tony Curry on Rock 99.5.
But see, that's just it. They would play those songs so much, and that was the only channel I listened to. It got to where you hear me say it often, I don't like classic rock because I listened to it so much I got burned out.
Yeah, I'm back to it, but I got burned out for a good decade.
When I was in college at Jack State, I worked for a country radio station that technically no longer exists, Alabama 100.5 WHMA over in Anniston. And that summer, one of the summers I worked there, Dina Carter released Strawberry Wine.
Oh.
And I remember the first time I heard it, I was like, I kind of like that song.
Yeah.
And buddy,
oh no,
we played that song into the ground.
If you're a DJ, you'll.
And I wasn't even a
song.
DJ, but just working around the station, it was always on, and I heard it so many times that summer. Hated that song. And I'll tell you one they're in the process of doing that too right now. There's a country music artist called Jelly Roll, and he did this song called "Son of a Sinner," and it plays like if you listen to the Highway or any of those good country music stations, they play
country artist named Jelly Roll.
He's a big boy,
big guy, big fella.
He can sing though.
He can sing, man. And that "Son of a Sinner" is a good song, but they are playing it to death.
Jelly Roll.
Jelly Roll. Let Rockstar show you this photo. Did he do time, Rocky, or does he just look like it?
I would say Jelly Roll's a pimp, maybe.
No, he's tatted up like the guy who did this,
like Post Malone.
Yeah, like Post Malone.
Yeah. Big old fella.
Yep.
And if you would have told me, hey, look, this guy is a bouncer for a cartel bar, or this guy just got out of Attica.
I think he did. I think he did rap there, LT. I think that's where he got his start.
I believe it. Doesn't look like a country music
And he flipped over to country. That's a good song, though.
Yeah, he can sing.
Fourth down.
All right, Dunaway. What is the biggest financial mistake people make now? Say you're single. What would be the hardest thing about dating you?
Well, first off, I am needy and more emotional than you'll ever be, right?
Right.
So,
and you're talking to females.
Yeah, and I'm talking to females, but I am. I mean, Maggie is like very few things move her to tears, like movies or books or anything like that. I was rewatching an episode, and this will resonate with Lunsford. I was rewatching an episode of Newsroom. I've watched one episode of the old Newsroom on HBO. One episode the last 3 nights, and it was some point in all 3 episodes, season 1, I think it's episode 5, 6, and then 7, I have cried at one point during each one of those episodes. That's how easy to tears I am. So that's a hard thing that Maggie has to put up with.
Is your estrogen, has it gotten out of whack?
I'm just an emotional guy, and it just takes me back to moments in time. Like one episode, we got Bin Laden. And it just was a very chilling episode. Just good stuff.
Yeah. Mine will be, and there's probably a lot for me because I think we all like a little self-awareness at times, but I just hate leaving home. Like when I get home in the afternoon, I just like staying home. I don't like getting out. So if you dated me right now, you'd have to want to come to my house a lot.
Yeah, I had that conversation with a couple of people last night. I just don't like going out nearly as much as I used to.
No.
But like game night tonight, 5 to 7, we'll all be there.
Yeah, but I'm not even going home. I'm staying here.
Alabama Austin P tickets we're giving away.
Oh, heck yeah.
And some other good swag. For me, I'm just setting my ways. The older I get, the more set in my ways I get. And it's hard. A relationship's two-sided. It's supposed to be.
Yeah.
But
you're a little selfish?
Well, I'm just setting my ways. It's tough to change when you get old.
Setting my ways is what selfish people say.
Yeah.
However you guys want to translate that, that's fine.
No, I think everybody's got a little selfish in them, but no, it's just me. I do not like leaving home, Rockstar. I am a homebody.
I like to be alone a lot.
Yeah, it's going to be hard dating.
Yeah.
See, I did too, Rockstar, and it took Maggie a long time to realize that this guy's going to want to be in the house by himself a lot. He's going to have his own part of the house where not me to be around.
She has adjusted.
She has.
All right, somebody on the chat room said Jelly Roll's in town tonight.
Yeah, he's apparently in concert. Now, I don't know any other song he does other than Son of a Sinner. But
was he in town last night or tonight?
I really couldn't tell you.
Okay. That is 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, again, 4 great locations, soon to be that 5th location. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more, they can handle. Great guys, locally owned and operated. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
He's at the Legacy Arena tonight at the BJCC.
Is he buying? Who's opening for him?
Doesn't say. Co Wetzel.
Huh?
Co.
Oh, I see
K-O-E.
that. I bet you that's Coey. I really don't know.
Son of a sinner, saved me. Bottle and Mary Jane, creature. Same asshole. That's another song.
Wow.
Crocker Moving Services, if you're wanting to get out of town, maybe move to Nashville. Well, the new stadiums are being built in Browns Head. They'll move you up there. They'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Across the country, down the street, Crocker Moving Service. It's a veteran-owned company. Eric Crocker is a Marine and a Rock War native and a Birmingham native. He's built this company. It is the go-to company for your moving services. Go to this website, crockermovingservices.com, crockermovingservices.com. They'll do your residential or your commercial moving. They'll pack up your home. They'll pack up your business. They do the packing for you. crockermovingservices.com, a veteran-owned company using made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA materials. Check them out online. You're probably not moving right here in October, November, but when the holidays come, or especially next spring and summer, remember I told you about crockermovingservices.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com. Amherst, Bromberg's, Bryant Bank, ERA King, Gutter Cap, Hemp Hill Services, Legacy Federal Credit Union, Mortgage Right, Nichols Outfitters, Storm Restoration Roofing, Wayne's Pest Control, Way to Wellness. Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. What do all these brands have in common? Well, not only are they all Next Round sponsors, but they are all also BBB accredited businesses. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to higher standards and believe in a fair and equitable marketplace. Do you want to join this winning team of top local brands? Are ethics and principal business standards important to you and your business? You want access to exclusive BBB accredited business benefits? Here's a hint. The answer is yes. So join the ranks of these businesses and more than 4,000 others in Central and South Alabama that have pledged their commitment to a fair and equitable marketplace. Apply today for BBB accreditation by calling 205-558-2201. Mention promo code BetterBiz for a special offer for Next Round listeners and earn the sign of a better business. The Next Round Golf Cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99, or get the Next Round Deluxe Golf Cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round Golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Couple of segments left here. This part of the show brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. We got to get a steak bet on the table tomorrow at some point in the show, okay?
For Saturday?
Saturday.
I'm willing to go tonight.
I'm one steak up. Well, you want to go tonight? On what game?
You tell me.
We've got 4. Louisiana, as you think about it, Jim, Louisiana is at Southern Miss, 6:30 ESPN 2.
Spreads.
Virginia Tech is at NC State, 6:30 ESPN. Utah is at Washington State, 9 o'clock FS1. And Ravens Bucks, is that in Tampa?
Yeah, it is.
Ravens at Bucks on Amazon.
I can't do that one because I would want the Bucks.
Well, you're going to need to go college game then, Jim.
Hey, stop by the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees, side dishes, perfect dinner-to-go choice for you and your family, ready to heat at home with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. The New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you. Caba Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well done.
I got to say, Jim, Utah seems like they're more than a touchdown better than Washington State to me.
Yeah, but they're playing in Pullman.
Well, it doesn't matter. What, are there going to be 30,000 people there?
I would take Virginia Tech against a team that doesn't have their starting quarterback.
Okay, for those that don't know, Virginia Tech is catching 13.5 in Raleigh against NC State, nationally ranked, who is without their quarterback.
I don't like that game at all, but I'll take it.
Okay. So you've got NC State minus 13.5?
13.5 is where we got it right now. Is that okay with you, Lance?
Sure. And I've got Virginia Tech and a New York Butcher Shop. Steak bet right there. I'm one steak up.
Low total on that game, 39.5.
Not a lot of points.
That's a low total.
Every week since the beginning of college football season, we've been making tailgate drinks for you. This week is the Witch's Brew using our friends at Redmond Vodka today.
What's in that, Jim?
I can't tell you. You have to go watch the video.
Witch's Brew should be intimidating.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think it'd be blue. Yeah. I thought there'd be smoke coming out of it.
Witch's Blue.
I'm sorry. It's not witches, apparently, Brown. It's bitches blue.
Yeah.
Since you're going to sit here and gripe about it.
Stir it with your poon.
I mean,
difficult.
That doesn't scream Halloween to me.
Listen, Taylor designs them. I make them, man.
Yep.
So
how is it, by the way?
You've drank it pretty well sitting in here. Drink pretty good, don't it?
I only poured half a glass. I've only sipped it twice, but I think it's pretty good. Pretty good. Go watch it. Drinks with Dunaway on our video platform.
I got you an Uber. You full speed ahead to game night tonight.
I can't. I've got to host an event at Inverness Country Club for some charity. I'll get details later.
We've got a guy
fully prepared
debating to be the Democratic presidential nominee, right?
Just a senator.
He's ready for the Senate, Lance.
What is really amazing is that
you can do this.
You kind of sounded like him.
Yeah, I know.
Seriously.
Trying to catch myself.
What really is amazing is that some of the attendance numbers are out in the SEC. 2 teams have played to full 100% capacity so far this year. Who do you think they are? All their home games, 100% capacity.
Oh, all their home games. Okay, because there was one weekend where the SEC sent out that every single game was completely sold out.
Every game this year for these 2 teams have been 100%.
Full capacity every game this year. I'm going to say Ole Miss.
Incorrect.
Okay. Lance?
I will go
2 teams, 100% capacity.
Oh.
Why don't you just tell us?
Yeah, Jim, why don't you just tell us? There's only 14
I'll
of
go
them.
quick. I will say Tennessee and Alabama.
Georgia and Kentucky.
You know, I almost said Georgia, but that home schedule has sucked so bad. So they're just saying full tickets sold.
100% capacity is the way they use the phrasing. Our friends SEC Mike with the numbers here.
I mean, never 100% capacity.
That Georgia game, that Georgia schedule has been so bad at home.
Somebody gets left at the tailgate.
Kentucky 100% capacity as well. Everyone else in the league is 96% or higher, so just almost full stadiums, except for 3 schools. Vanderbilt's the lowest, 62% capacity.
MIZ? ZOU?
Missouri is 82% capacity.
This last one's going to be a little tougher, Lance. I don't know who is it. Who's the last one?
Mississippi State, 88% capacity.
Really? Wow. I mean, a pretty good year up until the last couple of weeks.
So that's some SEC attendance numbers there. Billy Napier said thank you to a current SEC coach this week for being where he is now in coaching. Who do you say thank you to?
Nick Saban.
Easy answer. That's incorrect. Kirby Smart. He would have never gotten the job at Alabama, he said, if it wasn't for Kirby Smart.
Why, beating Dan Mullen?
No. That's true. He would have never gotten the job at Alabama, though.
Okay.
Kirby's dad and Billy's dad were Georgia State high school coaches. They have the same background. Kirby went to bat for Billy Napier with Nick Saban to get him hired in Tuscaloosa. And that's how he got the job in Tuscaloosa, which changed his coaching trajectory.
He was very well thought of. In Tuscaloosa in his time there, Billy Napier was.
It was. Is that all the stupid trivia I have for you?
It sounds like it.
Yeah. One note, UAB has a guy that's about to get his 300th tackle this weekend. Jalen Carter is closing in. Nope, that's the wrong guy. That's Noah Wilder.
Georgia.
Noah Wilder, who's closing in on 300 tackles. He's got 298. Hopefully he gets 2 more there at FAU.
He will. I mean, Wilder had 18 earlier this year. He had 14 last week.
I just put Jalen Carter at UAB.
Yeah, you did. I've moved the drink, don't worry.
Noah Wilder, 298 tackles. He'd be the 4th person in UAB history to get 300 tackles. That is that segment. One more to go here when we come back. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Oddities, where last night LT and company had a great time. Packed house.
Who's taller, Snoop Dogg or Chris Hemsworth?
I'm going to say Snoop Dogg. Surprisingly tall.
He is. I was surprised by this.
Surprisingly tall, and the other one's supposed to be a superhero, but we all know Snoop is a superhero. Not all superheroes wear capes.
Snoop Dogg 6'4", Hemsworth 6'3". The little nuggets that you learn, Odie's team trivia, where Roxer wasn't there, and Brown called it before we even started. On the wheel, it would land on Name That Tune. Not once, not twice, but 3 times.
Of course it is.
That's what happens, man.
Yep.
So I had to do my best performing, Dunaway. You would have loved it. Odie's team trivia every single Wednesday night, but you can get by on weekends, enjoy great food out on that patio, enjoy this fall weather. Rodney Davis has been cooking up for more than 3 decades. Go see Will Haver and that great staff today. It's Birmingham Institution, Odie Stavert.
One thing that Kirby says doesn't need to be proved, and one thing that surprised Brian Kelly this past week in our final segment. Straight ahead. Stay with us.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. The Next Round Golf Cart is here, your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99, or get the Next Round Deluxe Golf Cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round Golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
Michelson in our look ahead here, and we're not going to be able to get any of the sound, I promise you.
I'll be quick. 969-8100, that is the number you need to write down. Make the call today. Find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the contacts or the glasses, it's time to put them down. Call 969-8100, Michelson Laser Vision. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
What'd Kirby say?
27 straight nights of football starting tonight. 27 straight days of football.
Yeah, that's both encouraging and discouraging. Encouraging that you always got football to watch.
Jim, don't bring up that we're almost done with the season.
Discouraging that it means we're late in the season when this happens.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you bring it up week 3. Hey, we're a quarter of the way in already. My God.
Basketball season starts next week, by the way. All right. We're at Bud Light game night tonight at Tin Roof with Bama tickets. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.